Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields,
Excused.
Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hinrichsen, Hawkes Lewis, Kirkmeyer,
Excused.
Kolker, Liston, Lundin, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger,
Excused.
Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 32 present, 0 absent, 3 excused. We do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Majority Leaderville please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues and guests, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of Friday, March 24th be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
March 27, 2023, correctly printed. Senate Bills 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, and 249. Correctly re-engrossed. Senate Bills 39, 53, 67, 72, 149, and 151. Correctly re-revised. House Bills 1151 and 1157.
Message from the House.
March 26, 2023, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statute. Senate Bill 170 amended is printed in House Journal March 25, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the revisor of statute. Senate Bill 168 amended is printed in House Journal March 24, 2023 and amended on third reading and is printed in House Journal March 26, 2023.
Message from the revisor.
March 27, 2023. We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bills 168 and 170.
Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 214, Senator Zenzinger, Representative Byrd, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the Executive, Legislative, and Judicial Department of the State of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions, and for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, except as otherwise noted.
Appropriations. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 69?
Senate Bill 69, Senators Hinrichsen and Will, Representative McLaughlin, concerning the requirements to operate a motorboat in this state.
Senator Hinrichsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 69 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 69. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Pelton B, Pelton R, Malika. With a vote of 25 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 3 excused, Senate Bill 69 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1126 lay over until tomorrow, Tuesday, March 28th.
Motion is to lay over House Bill 1126 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1126 will be laid over until tomorrow. Will the clerk please read House Bill 1117?
House Bill 1117, Representatives Judah and Garcia, Senator Gonzalez and Hinrichsen, concerning requirements for affidavits of support related to eligibility for public benefits in Colorado.
Will the clerk please add Senator Kirkmeyer to the roll? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1117 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1117. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1117 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators. Majority Leader Moreno. General orders. Second reading of bills. Consent calendar. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in committee of the whole consideration of general order, second reading of the bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and the Senate will resolve itself into the committee of the whole for the consideration of the general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of the bill on the general order, second reading of the bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1191, Representative English, Senator Fields, concerning prohibiting corporal punishment of children in certain public settings.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of the one bill on the second reading consent calendar, House Bill 1191. There are no committee reports.
Is there any discussion on the bill on the consent calendar? The motion for the body is the adoption of the bill on the general order, second reading of the bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a bill in consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bill, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendation thereon. House Bill 1191 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1191 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. The Senate will stand in a senatorial 5. Will the clerk please add Senator Fields to the roll? General orders. Second reading of bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself to committee of the whole for consideration of general order, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general order, second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
Committee will come to order, and the Colt rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1219?
House Bill 1219, Representatives Froelich and Amabile, Senators Sullivan and Hansen, concerning establishing a minimum 3-day waiting period prior to the delivery of a purchased firearm.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 23-1219 on second reading.
To the bill, Senator Hansen.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And the reason we didn't have any committee report is because we didn't make any changes, just to be clear with everyone. We want to kick off this very important discussion of House Bill 1219. And not only on this bill, but in the context in which we arrive at this point here in the Colorado Senate. You know, over the last month, we have been visited 3 times by the students from East High School and other students that joined them, other students here in Denver, other students from around the metro area. And why were they here 3 times? They were here 3 times because we continue day after day to be dealing with an epidemic of gun violence. And in the 23 session, we have come forward with a package of bills to make progress on this epidemic, to reduce the problem. All of us have been here at the Capitol long enough to know there is no one bill that will solve a complex problem. There is no one approach that will change things overnight. But we have a legislative process that is built on the idea of making progress day after day, and that is exactly why we are in front of you with 1219. Those 3 visits from the East High School students upped the urgency, upped the importance of this debate today. On 2 of those occasions, my son actually joined in. He's a sophomore at George Washington High School. They've had 5 lockdowns at George Washington this year. My 8th grade son has been on lockdown at his middle school, McAuliffe, here in Denver. This is urgent work that we do today. 1219 is part of a package of bills. 3 of those we've already debated here in the Senate, and they are in the House right now. Today we focus in on waiting periods. What do we know about the effectiveness of waiting periods? We know that waiting periods save lives. We had a chance in committee to talk at length about the statistics that have been clear in state after state that have waiting periods, lives have been saved. We know that about half of the suicides in Colorado are caused by the use of a firearm. And the success rate, unfortunately, is over 90% when a firearm is used. In 2021, that was 740 suicides that utilized a firearm. We know in the other states that have waiting periods that suicide deaths are reduced because of this cooling off period created by the proposal in front of you today. Mandatory waiting periods reduce suicides by about 10%. Study after study has shown. Waiting periods that delay the purchase of firearms by just a few days reduce gun homicides by 17% in study after study. This is a bill that will enhance public safety in Colorado. The data is clear. The reason for this bill is clear. The example in 9 other states has shown its effectiveness. This will enhance safety in Colorado This is a moment where we need to continue to act. The students at East were loud and clear. The voters of the state of Colorado have been loud and clear. They want action. They want real steps forward to reduce gun deaths in our state. That's what 1219 does. It contributes to this work. Will it by itself solve all these problems? No, and everybody knows that. But this is a big step forward we can take today. A big, important step forward that we can take today. And I urge you to listen to the students from East. I urge you to listen to the students from around this state who are demanding that we act. And for DPS students, when they come back to school a week from today, I want to be able to look them in the eye and say, we acted. We did our work today on this important bill. I urge your support of 1219, and I now turn the podium to my co-prime sponsor.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Was having a big debate with myself this morning as I was taking the bus in about how to get this conversation started. Do I stand up here and really tell you how I really feel about this, or do I go in and read off the prepared statements that I did put together over the weekend? And I had a couple of screaming sessions this morning, so I think I got that all out of the way. So I think I'll just start with what I already wrote down. Before I prepared my opening remarks for today's presentation of House Bill 1219, establishing a minimum 3-day waiting period, I had to send out thank you notes to Coloradans who have reached out to me with concerns, support, and acknowledgement of my work to fight the public health crisis that is gun violence. I sent cards to Del Norte, Carbondale, Monument, Durango, Erie, Cortez, Highlands Ranch, and Colorado Springs. The street names were not common to me, but many of you may know them. Horse Gulch Loop, Powderhorn Drive, Madison Ridge, Sundrop Trail, and so on and so on. I have to take the time regularly so that I can respond promptly and I don't get too far behind. The support from all parts of Colorado let me know that this problem isn't just in my district, but it's everywhere, and Coloradans want something done. I took note this past week when the senator from Denver said that anecdotes are not an evidence-based mechanism to affect policy. And I think that's true in most cases. You see, in most cases, we have been gathering data to come to reasons why a certain thing has been happening. We then can examine the data and we can set out on a course of action. This is not the case when it comes to the causes of gun violence in this country. When studies were undertaken in the early 1990s and results started to show that more guns were leading to more gun deaths, the Dickey Amendment in 1996 prevented the CDC from any gun violence research for several decades. What we had in the meantime are surveys, news reports, state and local data. Nothing national, so we can compare and plan accordingly. We also have anecdotal stories. I won't discount those anecdotes. Those stories are of real people who have names and have left family behind. Like Lindsay, whose mother came to tell us about how her daughter took her own life with a firearm, whose names are also in the stacks of news reports that I have had printed out with me to review prior to the legislation coming to a committee. Gun ownership in Colorado is above the national average. Colorado's gun suicide rate is 57% higher than the national average. Colorado has the 7th highest rate of suicides in the United States. Last year in Colorado, 1,302 people took their own life. Over half of them did it with a firearm. Last week's East High shooter went to Park County and ended his own life. Park County is the #1 county in the United States for gun suicides. So that came as absolutely no surprise to me. Law enforcement in that county are well trained on how to handle another self-inflicted death by gun. Firearms are used in about 10% of all suicides, but the success rate of killing oneself with a firearm is nearly 90%. People can try many different ways to end their lives, and they do. But when a firearm is involved, it does just what it was made for. It kills people. Currently, 9 other states in the District of Columbia have waiting restrictions of some kind and for varying lengths of time. 3, 5, or 7 days are used. Hawaii requires a permit to buy, and that can take up 14 days before issuance. A purchase delay process specifically to handguns has found to reduce firearm-related suicides by 2 to 5%. Last year in Colorado, that could have accounted for nearly 26 deaths being prevented. I've heard that some aren't interested in doing something to save one life. I wonder if maybe 26 would be the number of deaths you might want to help prevent. Gun-owning households have no difference to gun-owning households, to non-gun-owning households, when it comes to the rates of mental illness or saying they have considered suicide. The only difference is they have easier access to the most lethal means of killing themselves, and that's a firearm. I ask today that you join me in voting yes on this life-saving legislation, House Bill 1219. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, good morning. So I'm going to urge a no vote on House Bill 1219, and I don't really want to debate any of the beliefs that you might have heard today. That's not what I'm here to do. But like with most of the bills we've heard on this topic so far this year, there are simply technical flaws after technical flaws after technical flaws. And I don't know if this is appropriate to do or not, but I want to thank the members of the House of Representatives over the weekend. I spent a lot of time standing right here talking to you all about the flaws in the Senate bill that we sent over to the House, particularly as it related to firearm possession. We talked a lot about the concerns I had about particularly young mothers, young women, because that's who we were banning from buying or possessing firearms, young women aged 18 to 21. And I talked a lot about the fact that I really felt that we were potentially discounting the situations that they were in around abuse, around sexual assaults, around domestic violence. And not enough of you agreed with me as far as striking that stuff out. So we sent the bill over to the House, and as I understand it, the House actually struck out all of the pages related to possession of a firearm that I was right here talking to this body about. Went over to the House, they struck it all. The bill that you sent over to the House of Representatives regarding the sale and possession of firearms of people aged 18 to 21, I believe, is now a bill regarding the sale of firearms to people aged 18 to 21. And I'm very grateful for that. I'm grateful for that because it seems to me like somebody was listening. Somebody was willing to stand up for lots of people, but at least from my perspective, particularly young mothers who needed the ability to defend themselves and their families against what is often stronger, meaner, heavier, more diabolical attackers. So I have a lot of the same issues in this bill. Is now we are talking about placing a minimum of a 3-day waiting period on the delivery of firearms. But now we're not talking about young people anymore, because the statistics that I gave you regarding the bill dealing with young mothers, which again wasn't the only thing the bill was about, but it's the part I was most concerned about. We talked about the fact somewhere between a quarter and a third of mothers of color have their first baby in that age range. That was a big concern to me, quarter to a third. It's a lot of young mothers. But now we're not talking about age anymore. Now we're talking about any resident of the state of Colorado. And so I'm going to share with you some amendments that are, once again, going to potentially sound redundant, maybe sound a little like a broken record, because I have the exact same concerns about a 3-day waiting period for somebody to purchase a firearm to defend herself and her family when she's age 22 or 26 or 28 or 31 that I had when she was 18, 19, 20-year-old. The only difference is that now, instead of talking about 25 to 33% of mothers with their first kid, now, colleagues, we're talking about every mother. Now we're talking about all of them. Those who, in the amendments that I plan to have you consider, have proven evidence of violence being perpetrated against them or attempted violence being perpetrated against them. These are young women and often young mothers who have documented evidence that they are survivors or victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, attempted murder, so much so that many of these women have taken the bold and dangerous step. We talked a lot about the dangerous step of going out and obtaining a temporary restraining order, a court order of some kind. A woman puts herself in grave danger, and far too frequently fatal danger, by going and obtaining that order. These are not people who we need to be worried about because they're a suicide risk. We need to protect them from themselves. These are women who have gone out and got a temporary restraining order. I'd like to see the statistics on how many women, after obtaining a temporary restraining order, then turn around and take their own lives with firearms. I'd like to see that statistic. My guess is we can probably count it on one hand in the state of Colorado, or less, would be my guess. That is not, in my opinion, and I'm not foolish enough to speak on behalf of the sponsors. I don't know what they're thinking, but my guess would be is that they're not thinking what we need to do is protect young mothers who've gone out and obtained a temporary restraining order. We need to protect them from themselves, colleagues. I'd use the word absurd, but I never use that in this chamber. That just doesn't make sense. So that's still a flaw. That has nothing to do with the principle of the bill. what one might be trying to accomplish big picture, but it's, in my opinion, a gross oversight. And it can easily be rectified. If you grab your bill, we're looking at the re-engrossed bill. Legislative declaration. Oh, and also appreciate the fact that somewhere in the House, either the bill sponsors or the proponents were open enough to considering putting this question available as an item for petition versus the ubiquitous safety clause that we seem to slap onto almost everything. So that is good legislating, in my opinion. Safety clause has its place. I've used it. Nurse licensure compact. We had a few days to pass the bill. You know, safety clause has its place. But something this monumental to allow the citizens of Colorado to petition it, I think is good legislating. So I definitely want to commend my colleagues in the other chamber on that side. But if you look on page 4 of the re-engrossed bill, after line 4, we already started, just like we did with the other bills, about exceptions. So we start with this broad blanket statement of, in the state of Colorado, there is going to be a 3-day waiting period for the delivery of a firearm, except, because there's always an except. And sometimes that list is really, really long, and in some cases like this, it's far, far too short. So, what this bill says right now is, this section does not apply to the sale of an antique firearm. We'll talk a little bit about that. And the sale of a firearm by a person serving in the armed forces of the United States who will be deployed outside the United States within the next 30 days to any immediate family member. So, somebody that's going to be deployed can go ahead and gift a firearm, sounds like, of any kind to a family member, looks like of any age. So right away we have kind of a curious incongruency, meaning we have to be really careful with who we give guns to unless it happens to be the first cousin of somebody being deployed in the military. A 16-year-old first cousin or a 12-year-old first cousin. We know that person's safe, right? Because after all, they are the first cousin of somebody being deployed. So there's no risk there. See what I'm saying, colleagues? It's like, did we really think this stuff through? That the grandchild of somebody being deployed, we can rest comfortably knowing that that person is, no way is that person, for example, a suicide risk. Because after all, they are the grandchild of somebody serving in the armed forces who's about to be deployed. And the reason I bring this up is not that I disagree with it. In fact, I think I do agree with it. But what it tells us is that the proponents have gone to some lengths to state that there are a lot of exceptions for delivering a firearm to somebody in less than 3 days. Some of them might seem, I don't know, a little out there, like the grandchild of somebody serving in the armed forces who's about to be deployed. But others make perfect sense, I suppose. Like when a firearm transfer for which a background check is not required pursuant to state or federal law. I'm assuming the proponents have solid reasons as to why that is yet another exception to a 3-day waiting period for delivery of firearms. So we have any transfer for which a background check is not required pursuant to any state or any federal law. We have the sale of a firearm by a person in the armed forces being deployed to their spouse, their parent, their child, their sibling, their grandparent, their grandchild, their niece, their nephew, their first cousin, their aunt, their uncle, all of these people, which ostensibly we're saying are at no risk of taking their own life. We know those people are safe. So what I am going to propose is, the proponents have already been pretty clear in saying there have to be exceptions to this rule because it only makes sense. It only makes sense. And because this bill was still being amended in the House, I think we can comfortably say that there are maybe a few more exceptions that we might want to consider. And again, we'll go through those in a minute. But what's most interesting to me about this bill is on page 4, lines 6 through 8. There's a reference that this law does not apply to the sale of any firearm, which could be defined as an antique firearm, but not necessarily, as long as it's defined in the United States Code, 18 U.S.C. Section 921, A16 as amended. Quick show of hands, how many of you have read that code? United States Code. People, Colorado, how many of you know United States Code 18 U.S.C. Section 921, A16? Quick show of hands. Quick show of hands. So people of Colorado, I'm staring across a sea of people in the gallery, in the lobby, and not one hand has gone up yet as far as who has actually read 18 U.S.C. 921 A16. And at risk of sounding overly sanctimonious again, you should have read it, because if you did read it, you'd be really surprised at what's in there. Here's the definition of a firearm. Now remember, what we are talking about are firearms that are excluded from this law. So, under this law, we are excluding any firearm, including any firearm with a matchlock, flintlock, percussion cap, or similar type of ignition system, manufactured in or before 1898. Any gun before 1898 you can buy and don't need to worry about waiting 3 days for it to be delivered. A lot of people were killed in a lot of wars with a lot of firearms that were built before 1898. It's not like these are non-lethal BB guns or slingshots. The entire Civil War was fought with weapons that meet that definition. But you might think, Senator, now you're just being absurd. Nobody is going to go buy a gun built before 1898 and take their own life. It's an awful lot of work. Get your flintlock out before something like this, right? Nobody would ever do that. I mean, if we're talking in anecdotes, I would say somebody desperate enough to take their own life would use about any tool that's available to them. And a firearm built before 1898 might be, to somebody who's desperate and in need of help, might be better than nothing. But that's not really my concern. That's not the only definition in the United States Code. Here's what you need to know. There's a letter B. A letter B is or B, any replica of any firearm described in subparagraph A. Colleagues, There's no waiting period for any replica of a gun that was built before 1898. Replicas are being built today. Replicas were being built last week. Replicas were being built last month and last year. If you go to any sporting goods store across the state of Colorado right now and go to the gun case, you will see replicas of guns built before 1898. In fact, I was curious, so I went to the website of one of the local gun dealers. It's not really a gun dealer. It's a big sporting goods store that happens to also sell guns. And I found no less than 50 firearms that you can purchase today that are replicas of the guns described in paragraph B. And again, these aren't airsoft guns, these aren't pellet guns or BB guns. These are firearms. These are in often cases 44 caliber pistols. Colleagues, 44 caliber pistols powered by massive charges of black powder. Rifles that you take up into the Colorado mountains to hunt elk and deer. By the way, at a popularity rate that is soaring relative to rifles. I don't know, we have somebody that spent a little bit of time in the woods of Colorado who will tell you there will soon be more hunters in Colorado using muzzle-loading rifles than non-muzzle-loading rifles because of the advantages in the season. So, my question, and it's somewhat rhetorical because I think I know the answer, is why would we, as proponents of this bill, choose to apply a 3-day waiting period on a pistol using a conventional cartridge, conventional round of some kind, when at the gun store, right next to the conventional pistols are going to be, here's a few examples, the Pieta Model 1851, Confederate Navy, 44 caliber black powder revolver for a low, low price of $249.99. You can go buy that today. But somebody who's despondent, somebody who's desperate, who's seeking to end their own life, colleagues, they're going to walk up to a gun case and say, "Hey, I'd like to buy this pistol," and the person's going to say, "Well, that's fine. You can do that. We'll do a background check, but you're going to have to wait at least 3 days to get this." "Well, I really want one right away." "Well, how about this one right next to it? Uses an unconventional cartridge, but you can have that one right away. It's 44 caliber." Or the Pendersol 45 caliber Kentucky percussion pistol. The Pieta 1858 Remington black powder revolver. The Pieta 1851 Confederate Navy black powder revolver, also $250. The Pieta Model 1860 Army 44 caliber black powder revolver. The Pieta Model 1858 new Army 44 caliber black powder revolver. The Pieta Model 1851 Navy Yank Pepperbox 36 caliber black powder revolver. The Pieta Model 1851 Navy Yank 36 caliber black powder revolver. And this goes on and on and on and on. Colleagues, you can walk into a sporting goods store today and choose from a cornucopia of dozens of different models, all of which, according to this bill, avoid the 3-day waiting period. And you're going to tell me somebody who is in such desperate need of help where they're considering taking their own life is going to walk into that gun store, find out that they can't buy pistol A, be offered pistol B, the ammunition for it literally is on the shelf right next to the conventional cartridges, and they're going to be like, yeah, that's just too much work. I'm not going to do that. That doesn't even make sense, colleagues. So when we offer exceptions, and the exception includes any replica of any firearm described in subparagraph A, are we really accomplishing anything? Are we really accomplishing anything? Do we really think that this is going to put a stop to the number of suicides from people who walk into a gun store intent on purchasing a firearm to take their own life? Yet, we are excluding just a fraction of the firearms that are available to them. And by the way, there's a C in the United States Code. There's an A, an actual antique rifle relic. There's a B, any replica of anything that's an A. And there's a C, any muzzle-loading rifle, muzzle-loading shotgun, or muzzle-loading pistol, which is designed to use black powder, a black powder substitute, which cannot use fixed ammunition. If you read Colorado Hunter, the complete guide to hunting for Western Colorado, 18 months ago put out an article, Colorado hunting interest surges. Bows and muzzleloaders are becoming the new go-to for hunters. The new go-to, colleagues, that's what people are purchasing. I have a quote in here that I'd like to read to you. Anymore, rifle season almost seems like a breather for our guys in the field. Muzzleloader and bow seasons have grown exponentially, to the point that soon there will be more muzzle-loading rifles sold in our state for hunting than non-muzzle-loading rifles. But what the proponents are going to tell you, colleagues, is that it's okay, it's just a muzzleloader. Somebody who's intent on taking their own life certainly wouldn't consider using a muzzleloader, what is soon to be one of the most, if not the most popular hunting rifles in the state of Colorado. They might be okay using this rifle over here, but no way would they ever consider using the rifle on the other side of the case. Somebody is so desperate and hurting that they're going to actually walk into a gun store and attempt to purchase a gun for the express purpose of taking their own life. And for some reason, they are going to bypass another rifle of equal or larger caliber. Because what, it's not as effective? Colleagues, our citizens hunt elk with these rifles. Trust me, they're powerful enough to do whatever a person intends for them to do. And what we've done is we've excluded them in this bill with page 4, lines 6 through 8. Why? Why did we exclude them? Well, Senator, they're rifles, and it's not nearly as convenient to take one's own life with a rifle than it is with a pistol. Well, guess what? Muzzle-loading pistols are excluded as well. And I just read to you the partial list of muzzle-loading pistols that anybody can buy at any sporting goods store, along with all of the ammunition. So for those of you who are going to vote yes on this bill, the question would be, why? Why did we exclude all of those firearms? These aren't antiques. These aren't relics. These are more often than not replicas of antiques and replicas of relics. That's what the federal law says, and that's what's referenced in this bill. Why? It doesn't make any sense. It is yet again one of these nuanced, esoteric, technical things that I am stunned that when we propose legislation this monumental, nobody bothers to read. Shouldn't say nobody. Not nearly enough of us bother to read 18 U.S.C. Section 921 A16 that I just read to you. Because if you did read it and you saw what was excluded, I don't think you'd leave this language in the bill. I don't know what you'd use as an alternative. But I can't imagine that this is what the proponents really wanted, really meant with this piece of legislation. That we can exclude, I don't know, 60, 80% of the firearms that are sold in our state? 90%, I don't know what the number is, 90%, I don't know. But that we're gonna leave something in the bill without a waiting period that is every bit as lethal, if not more so, than the firearms that we're banning. Whose idea was this? Who's the brainchild behind this? This bill obviously needs a lot more work, but I'm going to take you back to the conversations that we had around survivors and victims of violence. And because the room was, I don't know, a little bit more empty than it is right now, I don't think enough of my colleagues probably heard kind of the hypothetical that I threw out there of what the utopian world without guns might look like. Because I think about that all the time. If you're responsible for making laws in the state of Colorado, and you haven't thought about what restricting all kinds of weapons might look like, I'm not sure not positive you're being honest with yourself. Whether it's behavioral health, mental health for people in crisis. In the other chamber, they're hearing red flag laws. We've heard here temporary restraining orders. Everything that's in these books. Colleagues, everything that's in these books is around protecting victims and survivors. Multiple volumes of laws that we have put on the books to try to help those people who come to law enforcement and say, somebody tried to kill me. I've been sexually assaulted. I'm the victim of domestic violence. What have we done over the decades? We have written laws to protect those people. Because if you can envision a world without guns, like we talked about, and it's not hard to do, there's lots of history books that'll help you, who wins? Who wins in a world without guns? If there are no guns, is it just utopia and we all get along and no more war? Sounds like a Beatles song. Is that what happens in a world without guns? Answer, of course, is no. We've got centuries and centuries and centuries of recorded history of exactly what the world looked like before there were guns. And if you were a woman, as I mentioned last time, the world was pretty bleak for you. You were more or less property. I encourage you to revisit the Old Testament and read through Deuteronomy or Joshua. Revisit that. Women, I would almost say, were treated worse than property in some cases. There's a chapter in Deuteronomy, I wish I could remember what it was, 23, 30 perhaps, where if there was somebody in the chamber with a divinity degree, they'd probably be able to help me. But there's no one in the chamber with a divinity degree. I think the verse basically says, if a woman is raped out in the countryside and nobody can hear her, then her rapist basically needs to be put to death. However, if a woman is raped within the city walls, then not only should her rapist be put to death, but also the woman should be put to death. That's what it says in the Old Testament. Can you believe that? The woman shall be put to death because she obviously didn't scream enough for somebody to hear her and come to her aid or rescue. I don't know that I've ever read anything more disturbing. One example from 3,000 years ago. One example of what the world looked like before guns. Dead serious. That's what the world looked like.
Senator Smallwood, thank you for your speech regarding this bill, but I would ask the relevance to rape regarding House Bill 1219. I don't think it's appropriate. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It pertains directly to the amendments. Would you prefer that we introduce the amendments, Mr. Chair, and speak to sexual assault, domestic violence, attempted murder upon the introduction of the amendment, sir?
Thank you, Senator Smallwood. Please do.
So that's what we'll do then, colleagues. The point I'm trying to make is there are people in society that need our help, they need our protection, and to let them fend for themselves historically has proven disastrous, if not fatal. That's the point I'm trying to make. And we have centuries and centuries of documented history that will prove that has proven exactly that. And I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to live in a world where the smallest, weakest, least Luciferian human beings win. I don't want to live in that world. I want to live in a world where the smaller, weaker, better person has a reasonable chance to defend himself, or in the case of these amendments, herself. That's the world I want to live in. So with that, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to introduce an amendment.
Please do. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L59?
Amendment L059 by Senator Smallwood, amend re-engross bill, page 4, line 14, strike or page 4 after line 14, insert C, the sale of a firearm to a survivor of an attempted homicide if the alleged perpetrator of the crime is not in the custody of a law enforcement agency when the purchaser presents to the seller a report from a law enforcement agency or
Senator
court-ordered.
Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 59.
To the amendment, Senator Smallwood.
So, colleagues, we made exceptions in this bill already, not we, the bill sponsors or the proponents of the House, already made exceptions to the 3-day waiting period. I'd like to add another one, which says the sale of a firearm to a survivor of an attempted homicide if the alleged perpetrator of the crime is not in custody of a law enforcement agency when the purchaser presents to the seller a report from a law enforcement agency or a court order demonstrating that the person is a victim of the attempted homicide and attests in writing that the alleged perpetrator is not in custody. Basically, if somebody has tried to kill you, colleagues, and they happen to have not yet been apprehended, that you shouldn't have to wait 3 days, 5 days, 7 days in order to have the means to defend yourself. I would hope that everybody would agree this is a common sense amendment. Again, a proven victim of attempted homicide. Their perpetrator is still out there. Let's give them the right to defend themselves. And I'd ask for an aye vote on Amendment 59.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, looking at this amendment, I rise in support of this amendment. And looking at this amendment, it just brings me of some of the stuff that we deal with in rural Colorado. In rural Colorado, we have 45 minutes in some of my county, 45-minute wait for the police officers to get there, for the sheriff's deputies to make it there. And I think of somebody in Crook, Colorado, who is trying to get away from somebody that's trying to hurt her or him, and they shouldn't have to wait for their firearm to protect themselves. I really like this amendment. I want to thank the good senator from Douglas County bringing this amendment. This would be very helpful for us in rural Colorado, so thank you. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I will be speaking later about the constitutional concerns with this bill, which are enormous. As I prepared to do that, I was reminded in reading the Supreme Court's recent decision in the Bruin case, reminded, maybe is not even the right word, it was impressed upon me once again that when we speak of firearms regulation, which invokes the Second Amendment, that the Second Amendment is, as the court observed, about the possession, first and foremost, is about the possession of firearms for the purpose of self-defense. And there are a lot of things wrong with this bill because of that. But this amendment is one that the proponents of this bill ought to be adopting for the the protection of their bill against constitutional challenge. You know, the prohibition upon the transfer of firearms for 3 days is a prohibition upon the acquisition of a firearm for 3 days for the purpose of self-defense. And no one would need a firearm for self-defense more than someone who's a victim of an attempted homicide. My only concern with the amendment is I don't think it goes as far as it might, although I suspect the sponsor may have amendments that address that issue. Because I have, over the years, of which there are many in my life, not as many as some and less than others, but over the many years, heard the very prudent advice given to someone of, you need to obtain a firearm for your protection. Not by someone that was hot-headed and crazy and wild-eyed, but your life is in serious danger. And you can pick up the phone and dial 991, and while it's on the second or third ring, lose your life. Or you could be somewhere far away from the city limits in eastern or western Colorado, where the sheriff may not get there for 20 minutes or a half hour or 45 minutes. What this amendment does is says, if you're a person who has already, so it's not just anyone with an unreasonable fear or, even a reasonable one, but without evidence of that fear. Someone who is a survivor in an attempted homicide who's made a report demonstrating that, they can have immediate possession of a firearm. They can immediately purchase a firearm. Little story for you about being isolated and the need of a firearm, which relates to this amendment. Because you could be isolated in an apartment building, even for 15 minutes. It doesn't take long. I once answered a survey from a firearms Second Amendment support organization that asked me, and when I was running for office, said, what is your favorite firearm? Do you own a firearm? And what is your favorite firearm? And I said, my favorite firearm is a single-shot .22 rifle that I was fortunate enough to inherit. And you go, well, that's not much of a gun. It's the rifle that my grandfather traded the second sewing machine for when he was 19 years old and had to go on the road to work and leave my grandmother behind with a small baby. And guns were expensive in those days. And he didn't want to leave her alone, and he needed to take one himself. And it drove home to me the importance of firearms for self-defense. And it's why I'm so fond of the firearm and all the emotion that goes with that. But I never forget that was the firearm that my grandfather believed that my very young grandmother, because she was only 18, people grew up a lot more those days, a lot quicker, to protect herself and her year-old baby while he was gone from Monday through Wednesday or Thursday to support his family. Well, we have a similar thing here in the modern era. Someone who's a survivor, but a victim of an attempted homicide. Are they going to get 24/7 protection from law enforcement? They can't. It's not practical. It's not practical. This amendment goes to the heart of the constitutional protection of the Second Amendment. I ask for an aye vote on L059.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in support of this amendment as well. While I represent Mesa County and part of Delta County, a lot of people think of, oh, that's Grand Junction, but there are a lot of very rural areas in Mesa County and also Delta. For instance, Gateway, Colorado is located in Mesa County, but it is more than 60 miles away from the Mesa County Sheriff's Office. There are two communities on the Grand Mesa. There is the small community of Mesa. There is the small community of Colburn. There is also Vega. Those take quite a bit of time to get to. This amendment should be added to this bill where these individuals can be protected. And I want to thank the Senator from Parker for bringing this forward. And I hope that you'll consider these areas that really need to be protected and vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no, Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, I would ask for a no vote on L59. I was slightly confused because I thought the good senator from Parker was going to offer an amendment to strike the antiques exemption. Thought that's what we'd be debating here, but clearly that is not what L59 pertains to. I would also mention, colleagues, that the processes that are mentioned in L59 often take longer than 3 days in and of themselves. I think it's a clear call for a no vote on L59.
Seeing no further discussion, a division is Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. The good senator from Sterling mentioned about how far it is in his county, out in the far reaches. One of the counties in my district, Los Animas County, is the largest county, I believe, in the state. From Trinidad out to Kim, and then some of the ranches out north of Kim, you're looking at maybe an hour and a half before they get the help out there that they need. So with that, I support this amendment.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Something that I forgot to mention is something that I'm hearing from my constituents. In fact, I was just meeting with my constituents before the drive up here. They're very concerned about how many people are being released on PR bonds and out of prisons early and that sort of thing. And something that they're always concerned about is, especially with this aspect, is that they feel like that they just need to continue to protect themselves. And in rural Colorado, we talk about it a lot. And my daughters, they're already trained to use rifles and that sort of thing, so they can not only hunt, because that's what we do as a family, but also so they can protect themselves if they're home alone. And that's something that we are always concerned about. I read about it all the time in our local newspapers about people getting PR bonds released early, that sort of thing. And I just want to make sure that we're having every way to protect ourselves. So I rise and still ask for a yes vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 59. We start out in these policy discussions just seeking a broad positive outcome. We really want to get to just make the bad things stop. That's kind of where a bill of this nature begins. And then it becomes talking points where people say, we just need common sense violence reduction. And so the talking points begin to happen. And then a bill gets drafted. And that's when the real work starts. You've got a bill, now we've got black letters on white pages to discuss and to get to the nuance and details. Well, we're now at this point in the policy discussion saying, well, wait. We're thinking through some of the consequences of this. What about an individual who is threatened and needs the ability to provide personal protection to him or herself? And that's what the amendment says. We're trying to provide an exception here. An exception to the sale of a firearm to a survivor of an attempted homicide. This is someone tried to kill. If the alleged perpetrator of the crime, that's the person who tried to kill, is not in the custody of law enforcement, when the purchaser presents the seller a report from a law enforcement agency or a court order demonstrating that the person is a victim of the attempted homicide. So now we have the court validating the fact pattern. It's not just a wild assertion. It's somebody showing up and saying, look, I realize that the law wasn't anticipating this, but in my particular instance, here is court-validated information that says I am at risk. The person who is threatening my life is still at large. I would like to protect myself. This amendment is an amendment brought in an effort to help the weakest among themselves who are in a moment of crisis, threatened, at risk, endangered, be able to, under the law, we don't want to make that person a criminal, which this bill would certainly deny access, and it would require others in the chain to break the law to provide that protection if this bill were to pass. We don't want to make that person a criminal. We want to allow that person to be able to defend themselves. It goes on, the amendment, and attests in writing. So the courts validated it. The individual seeking protection, this is an amendment on behalf of people defending or seeking the opportunity to be able to defend him or herself. And they have to attest to make one step further. The court validates the fact pattern. This person says, I also add my acknowledgement and statement of truth about this, that the perpetrator, the person who threatened my life, attempted to kill me, is not in custody. That's what the amendment does. Incredibly narrow. Hopefully, heaven forbid there should be many cases of this nature, but as is so often said in this world, but if it just protects one person, but if it just saves one life, but if it just allows one individual a constitutional protection of their constitutional ability to have a firearm to protect themselves, then even if it is extremely rare, extraordinarily rare, still isn't this an amendment that should be accepted to protect and provide the ability for an individual to protect themselves, regardless of how rare that circumstance may be. Colleagues, or Mr. Chair, I urge your support. I guess, Mr. Chair, you're the one with the gavel, so I'm certainly urging your support as we've argued this amendment before you of Amendment L059 to House Bill 1219. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, division is being called and requested. Will the clerk please add Senator Zinzinger to the roll? I got so excited, I usually call my name, and I realized it wasn't. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L 59. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L 59 is lost. To the bill. Senator Smallwood. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L 52?
Amendment L052
Senator
by
Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 52.
Proper motion to the amendment, Senator Smallwood.
Colleagues, Amendment 52 is similar to Amendment 59 that you just heard, creating yet another exception along with all of the other exceptions that are already built into the bill as you're reading it. This would add one additional exception. This would say that we are going to accept the sale of a firearm to a person who is a victim of a Victims' Rights Act crime as defined in section 24-4.1-3021, which I've got right here if anybody wants to read the statute. If the alleged perpetrator of the crime is not in the custody of law enforcement agency, when the person presents to the seller a report from a law enforcement agency or a court order demonstrating that the person is a victim of the Victims' Rights Act crime and attests in writing that the alleged perpetrator is not in custody. So something curious, colleagues, that I think I heard was that 3 days might have already passed to protect these survivors or victims of Victims' Rights Act crimes. I don't understand what that means, that 3 days would have passed. I'm gonna need some attorneys to come up here and tell me how, when a person is a victim of a crime, particularly a crime defined as a Victims' Rights Act crime, they report that, they have documentation about that, however long that takes, 2 days, 5 days, 30 days. Then they go to purchase a firearm to defend themselves because their perpetrator is not yet in custody. How the 3-day clock doesn't start running from that period of time. I'm not talking about from the time that the crime occurred. What I'm talking about is the time the victim or the survivor realizes that he, or in most cases she, feels like she needs to protect herself or her family. If I'm misunderstanding that, it would be great if somebody with an actual law degree would tell me where I'm missing the boat on this. Because my understanding is, at the time a person feels that their life is in danger, they shouldn't have to start with a 3-day clock at that point in time. And because of that, I'd ask for an aye vote on Amendment 52.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, this is an interesting amendment, and I fully support it. It's interesting because it goes to the heart of some of the earlier discussion on the prior amendment. The amendment says the sale of a firearm, this is an exception to the 3-day waiting period. The sale of a firearm to a person who is a victim of a Victims' Rights Act crime, as defined, if the alleged perpetrator of the crime is not in the custody of a law enforcement agency, when the person presents to the seller a report from a law enforcement agency or court order demonstrating that the person is a victim of a Victims' Rights Act crime, and attest in writing that the alleged perpetrator is not in custody. Colleagues, I suppose I, as an attorney, deal with more of these items and have more people talk to me about their issues and concerns, although maybe it's because I'm a legislator and maybe you hear similar concerns. I hope you do, not because I think the situations are desirable, but because they're happening, and it is very desirable that you hear about them. I actually know of a case in which an individual assaulted his wife, who had filed for divorce. He was arrested. He was released on a personal recognizance bond with all sorts of conditions, and he was supposed to turn over his firearms. Now, you know, you might say, there you go, Bob. It was about the weapons. Well, they're out there. And this particular individual, who was first put in jail and then released, had several. And he was one of those guys who didn't keep them all in his gun safe. A few days later, and it was fortunate that he was arrested before anything could happen, he was caught climbing over the fence at the residence where his soon-to-be ex-wife was staying with her sister. And in his possession was a shotgun. Now, the good news for him probably was that he was arrested and then spent the next 14 months in jail on a $250,000 bond, because his then wife, and now I assume ex-wife, actually went to her sister who had a firearm in her possession, and they were prepared to use it. But that would not be the case for everyone. I tell that story because you need to know these are real life circumstances. We're not making them up. It's not some remote possibility. It happens every day. And for those of you who come down here and argue, advocate for doing away with cash bond and doing away with things that would have dangerous people retained, detained, pending trial, do think about that. I don't want to talk about other bills, but do think about that in connection with what you're voting for and advocating for here. Because what you're advocating for has the consequence of preventing a victim, more likely than not, a woman, statistically we know that to be the case, a woman who is defenseless. Need to wait for 3 days of offense. You know, I have to tell you, people talk to each other out there on the street. People who engage in this kind of conduct, this kind of violent conduct and threatening conduct, they talk. It won't be long after this passes that they'll be talking about the 3-day safe window. You know, if you're going to get even, you need to do so in the first 3 days. This bill is probably an impetus to hurried violence. Whereas right now it is, are you sure she didn't go buy a gun? Are you sure? Members, let me say it again. The Second Amendment is first and foremost directed at the right of citizens to have firearms for self-defense, for protection. This amendment goes once again to the very core of what that right is about. Those of you who would like to fireproof your bill against the constitutional challenge would do well to support this amendment, along with us that believe it is good policy. I ask for an aye vote on L052.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L052. Want to add a little bit of weight, a little bit of gravity to the description of the circumstances under which these victims have been accosted or troubled or, quite frankly, their lives threatened. The amendment would, again, provide an exception, a pursuit of a narrowing of the bill to deal with a limited number. Now, this, I think, is perhaps maybe not as limited in the number of cases. This would have many more cases just by the nature of the history of individuals who are protected or should be protected or we've chosen to protect under the Victims' Rights Act. And they would be protected by having an exemption and therefore an ability to seek to provide for their own security. The amendment says the sale of a firearm to a person who is a victim of a Victims' Rights Crime Act is defined in Section 24.4.1.3021. Now, it's always important, and as we study the bills, as we work through the bills, as we head into committee, here on the floor sometimes we do it as well, you have to read the references. You have to go get the context to know what you're actually dealing with. What kind of a person is this that we're trying to exempt? Somebody who is protected under the Victims' Rights Act for the following sorts of crimes. That reference, 24.4.1.3021, refers you out to Title 24, Article 4.1. As used in this part for no other purpose including the expansion of the rights of any defendant, a crime, this is the reference here, a crime means any of the following offenses, acts, and violations as defined by the statutes of the state of Colorado, whether committed by an adult or a juvenile. The first is murder in the first degree. So this is somebody who is being protected under the VRA, the Victims' Rights Act, for first-degree murder. Well, okay, it goes further. It says in violation of Section 18.3.102. Okay, well, what is that? 18.3.102, murder in the first degree. And, you know, we all intuitively think that's a pretty big deal. That's a heinous crime, but let's define it a little further. 18.3.102 says murder in the first degree is one, a person commits a crime of murder in the first degree if, A, after deliberation, that's what we're doing here, deliberating, it's pretty slow-moving, it's pretty thoughtful, it's pretty meaningful, and with the intent to cause death of a person other than himself or herself, he causes the death of that person or of another person. Malice aforethought, clearly, deliberately, intentionally murdered. The next reference is, by perjury or subornation of perjury, he procures the conviction and execution of an innocent person. This is a devious individual that the person who would be protected by this amendment is seeking protection from. Under circumstances evidencing an attitude of universal malice, manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life generally, he knowingly engages in conduct which creates a grave risk of death to a person or persons other than himself, and thereby causes the death of another. Circumstances evidencing an attitude of universal malice. Who would not want to be protected from someone who evinces and universally demonstrates malice? He or she commits unlawful distribution, dispensation, or sale of a controlled substance to a person under the age of 18 years on school grounds, as provided in Section 18.8, 18.8, 407, for offenses committed on or after it creates a limitation to 2013, and the death of such person is caused by the use of such controlled substances. We passed a bill through here just the other day that added an enhancer of this nature that said, look, death resulted, this caused death. It's basically, this particular instance is first-degree murder is if a drug dealer deals drugs that specifically kills someone. We're in 18.3.102. The person knowing, and to be clear, this amendment is simply saying protection, if someone's seeking or is at risk of needing protection, needing the ability to protect themselves from a drug dealer who's caused death and has been convicted of murder of that nature. We're seeking protection for a person seeking protection from that sort of a circumstance. It continues here in 18.3.102, first-degree murder is the person knowingly causes the death of a child who has not yet attained 12 years of age, and the person committing the offense is one in a position of trust with respect to the victim. Boy, think about that. The idea that you're in a position of trust over a child and you murder that child, heinous in its extreme. Protection, this amendment would provide protection for people seeking relief from that. Goes on and identifies the statutory privilege between patient and physician, between husband and wife shall not be available for excluding or refusing testimony in any prosecution for the crime of murder in the first degree as described in paragraph F sub 1 of this section. So what we're saying here is the circumstance is so terrible that in fact we're going to abridge privileges and protections that normally exist with regard to the compelling testimony, requiring someone, compelling someone to provide testimony in the case of a husband and a wife and a physician and a patient. So that's the first, and quite frankly, there are references in all of these that we could walk through, but I won't give you the subset on each one of these crimes, but I do want to walk through the additional crimes, and you will be able to picture in your mind the sorts of crimes that we are seeking protection from with regard to this amendment. Murder of the second degree, that wouldn't be quite as heinous, but still resulting in death. Manslaughter, again, de-escalating in the heinousness, the premeditation, the evil intent, but still resulting in death. Criminally negligent homicide, vehicular homicide, assault in the first degree, assault in the second degree, assault in the third degree, vehicular assault, menacing, that one might be even more appropriate under the circumstances of this, where you've got someone that you've got victims' rights protection, menacing was the cause, the individual is now back at large in society potentially, and that menacing individual is creating a threat to someone who would like to have the ability to be protected. And we're saying, under the law, or the bill as proposed, nope, put up with the menacing for 3 days. This amendment says, let's clarify that. You don't need to put up. You can, if you are at risk of this, or if you are threatened by this, you could in fact seek immediate recourse. First-degree kidnapping, second-degree kidnapping, sexual assault in the first degree, sexual assault in the second degree, unlawful sexual contact, sexual assault in the third degree, sex assault on a child by one in a position of trust, sex assault on a client by a psychotherapist, invasion of privacy for sexual gratification, robbery in violation of Section 18.4.301, aggravated robbery of controlled substances, incest, aggravated incest, child abuse, sexual exploitation of children, crimes against at-risk adults. So that's the list of the Victims' Rights Act crimes. So you get a sense of for whom we are seeking protection, for whom this very narrow amendment where we're seeking relief from this prohibition of accessing the means for an individual in a weaker position potentially to provide to themselves the ability to equalize circumstances, to strengthen themselves in terms of their ability to protect themselves. So the amendment goes on to, we've talked about the exemption is the sale of a firearm to a person who is protected under the VRA, which I just described to you. If the alleged perpetrator of the crime, again, is at large, is not in the custody of law enforcement, when the person presents to the seller a report from a law enforcement agency or a court order demonstrating that the person is the victim of the Victims' Rights Act crime. So we've got appropriate protections in here to make sure this isn't a made-up story. We've got the court involved, we've got documentation involved, and then we go on as before in this amendment offered by the senator from Parker that there must be an attestation in writing that the alleged perpetrator is not in custody. What does that tell us, this personal attestation? It tells us that the individual who is saying, I need to protect myself, has reason to believe. They've seen this person is engaged with them perhaps, there's been an interaction, and they are attesting that I need this protection. So that's what the amendment would do. Very narrow, provides the ability for some relief of someone who says 3 days is too long. It could all be over for me in 3 days. I am looking for protections for myself. I would argue that that seems to be within the intent of the bill. This is not somebody who's going to cause harm to themselves. They're wanting to protect themselves from someone else who's projecting force, projecting threat against them. It would seem that that should fit neatly within the intention of the legislation. I would urge support, Mr. Chair, your support, Mr. Chair, my gavel-wielding friend of Amendment 52. I would urge my colleagues, should there be an opportunity to vote, which there always is, that they would, in fact, rise in support as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You got it. Senator Van Winkle.
Hey, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Parker for bringing this amendment, because so often in this body we do pass bills that take care of this group or that group, but a group that seems to often be forgotten, especially when it comes to firearm legislation, are the victims. The folks, the law-abiding citizens of Colorado who need to own a firearm for self-defense and self-protection. We just heard a long list of crimes that could be committed against citizens of Colorado, law-abiding citizens, who may need the help of a firearm in order to protect themselves, their family, their children. And that's why this is so important. Also, something that perhaps the majority party has not thought of yet is that many of these gun bills are actually increasing exponentially the amount of firearm sales in the state of Colorado, and here's a perfect example why. Even if a person is not currently a victim of, say, stalking or domestic violence, the potential that they could be, and they may not be able to access a firearm in that event, could scare them enough that they would preemptively, it would make sense to me, I would want this for my wife or little girl, once she is of age and capable and trained, to have a firearm ready in case she or her ever needs to defend themselves against a criminal. And if this bill were to pass with no amendment such as this, I would expect them to do it ahead of time so that they are prepared and not kept from something that can defend them, something that can save their lives, something that can defend children's lives in the future. So thank you to the good senator from Parker for bringing this. I mentioned that there is one group that is often forgotten. There's actually two groups. The first, of course, being victims of violent crime in the long list that we heard from the terrific senator from Monument. Another group is criminals. Now, the Department of Justice actually did a very in-depth study of how criminals come about obtaining their firearms. And in most all cases, most criminals obtain their guns illegally. So a criminal will not be impacted whatsoever by this piece of legislation. It may not be who this piece of legislation is aimed at. It does not appear to be. But the forgotten person in this is, again, back to the victim who is in need of a firearm to defend themselves and their kids. And of course, the amendment is very carefully crafted. It is specifically to the Victim Rights Act, victims of those crimes that we just heard from 24-41302. And of course, it is in the event that the alleged perpetrator, the criminal who has committed violence upon a person and is likely to come back, is at large, out of custody, and unable to be obtained by law enforcement to protect the community. So in the event that law enforcement cannot protect the community or protect a person in need, that person needs to be able to defend themselves, especially, and again, we've mentioned it before, but the rural parts of Colorado where, one, it can take not 15 minutes or not 30 minutes, but hours for law enforcement to be able to respond and assist. But also in rural counties where firearms, they're already in most homes because they know that, and they know that they need to defend themselves, and they are very well trained and capable of doing so. But traveling distance from many areas of the state of Colorado in order to find a sale of a firearm, not only is that one trip in, make the sale, go back to potentially a very, very dangerous situation for 3 days and wait, and then take another trip miles and miles and miles, hours away. So I urge a yes vote on this well-crafted amendment that protects victims who have befallen and been victimized by some of the most heinous and worst crimes on our books in the event that a perpetrator is on the loose. Thank you, Senator from Parker. I urge a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, just briefly, urge a no vote on L52. The statutory reference, 24-4.1302, little 1, also includes reference to Title 18-4301. So this is a very broad amendment. It includes crimes like robbery. So essentially under this amendment, if somebody came up behind you and grabbed your cell phone, they would be covered by this amendment. I believe it's overly broad and urge a no vote.
Seeing no further the question, a division has been requested. It is on. Okay. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L52. All in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L52 is lost. To the bill, Senate. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L58?
Amendment L058 by Senator Smallwood, amending
Senator
Omnibus
Smallwood.
Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 58.
Is there any discussion on Amendment 58? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the senator from Denver's recognition that the last amendment was deliberately broad, and it was. Make no mistake about it, that's not by accident. My goal is to provide as much protection to as many people for as long as we can. That's my goal. So, yes, broad, from my perspective, is a good thing. But if the body feels that they would prefer to have something a little more narrowly crafted, I bring you Amendment 58. Amendment 58. Now remember, colleagues, what we're talking about here are exceptions to the proposed law requiring a 3-day waiting period for the possession of a firearm. Unless, of course, if that firearm is a replica of something antique. That's already going to be out. But in this case, we would ask for another exception saying that there should not be a 3-day wait for the sale of a firearm to a person who is a victim of a domestic violence offense as defined in section 16-11.8-102 when the person presents to the seller a report from a law enforcement agency or a court order demonstrating that the person is the victim of a domestic violence offense. So I know everybody's scrambling to get to Title 16 so they can read 16-11.8-102, but I will save you the trouble and read it to you. Domestic violence offenders, 16-11.8-102, definitions. As used in this article, unless the context otherwise requires, blah, blah, blah. Domestic violence offense means any crime, the underlying factual basis of which includes an act of domestic violence as defined in section 18-6-800.31. So, I took the liberty of bringing for you Title 18 so that you don't have to scramble online or to your statute books. And now we are down to one paragraph. So, it doesn't get much more narrow than this. As used in this Part 8, unless the context otherwise requires, domestic violence means an act or threatened act of violence upon a person with whom the actor is or has been involved in an intimate relationship. An intimate relationship means a relationship between spouses, former spouses, past or present unmarried couples, or persons who are both the parents of the same child, regardless of whether the persons have been married or have lived together at any time. So that's the definition of intimate relationship. So violence or threatened act of violence upon the person whom the actor has been involved in an intimate relationship. Domestic violence also includes any other crime against a person or against property, including an animal or any municipal ordinance violation against a person or against property, including an animal, when used. This is the important part, colleagues. When used as a method of coercion, control, punishment, intimidation, or revenge directed against a person with whom the actor is or has been involved in an intimate relationship. If you know you are the victim of domestic violence, you're a survivor of domestic violence, and you have a report from a law enforcement agency stating that, or a court order demonstrating that, I feel that you are one of these narrow list of people who I think as lawmakers we should extend additional protection and say that those individuals, once it's demonstrated, do not need to wait 3 days in order to take possession of a firearm to protect themselves or their family members. And with that, would ask for an aye vote on Amendment 58.
Any further discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As we've been trying to make this bill a little better and been offering some narrow exceptions for people that might have a need to protect themselves, the objection that we've heard is too broad for this reason or that. Understand, legitimate argument can be made that way. Disagree with the policy conclusion, but still that's a reasonable argument. This narrows further in pursuit of better policy. This idea that 3 days is the magic number for everybody. For some people, it's not. This would provide an exemption for a circumstance where it's clearly not the right answer. Mr. Chair, colleagues, I urge your support of Amendment 058.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair and members. I would urge a no vote on L058. And I want to share with you some very compelling work that's been done on the subject of this amendment. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, along with my co-prime sponsor, this is a policy that is currently in place in 9 other states. And the great news about that simple fact of it being in place for many years in many other states is that we have good evidence about the impact of an amendment like L58. There have been several studies done on this particular topic, and I want to share the one that really is most conclusive and most powerful on how I think we should think about this amendment. A study that was done on waiting period length. The study looked at states with no waiting periods, 24-hour waiting periods, and states between 2 and 7 days, which of course is what we're proposing in this bill. And it showed, the author found that waiting periods of between 2 and 7 days significantly lowered total and firearm-specific intimate partner homicide rates compared with no waiting period. So we have very solid evidence in multiple studies showing that waiting periods lower firearm-specific intimate partner homicide rates compared to states with no waiting period. Members, the data is clear. I ask for a no vote on L58.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask the sponsors to cite those studies for us, particularly the date that they were conducted. Oh, pardon me, Mr. Chair.
Senator Smallwood.
And if we could, to also ask, Chair, if the sponsors would be kind enough to also indicate whether or not those studies were for couples who were cohabitating at the time there was a firearm obtained, or whether or not there was already a court order in place at the time. Because I think, colleagues, what you'll find is that the latter is definitely, the former is definitely not true.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, once again, I want to bring the discussion back to constitutional rights and the way in which this amendment 058 protects those rights. The right is one to possess a firearm for the purpose of self-defense. The 3-day waiting period infringes on that right. You say, well, but it's only a 3-day waiting period. Well, what if you had to wait 3 days before you could speak on a topic? What if you had to wait 3 days before you could object to a search of your home? What if you could be held for 3 days before anybody would set bail for you? These are all fundamental rights. The court has held, in fact, we recognize that the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms, is a fundamental right. Fundamental like speech, fundamental right, like a right to be free and secure in your person and your personal effects. You may not like that. If you don't, there's an amendment process in the Constitution to deal with that. But it is the law. It is the highest law in the land. And when bringing a bill like this, one should have some regard for it and think very hard about what are we doing here. L058 is an attempt to protect that right for someone, a category of people who desperately need a firearm for self-defense. The exception to the 3-day waiting period in 058 is the sale of a firearm to a person who is a victim of a domestic violence offense, as defined in section, I'll spare you the numbers, when the person presents to the seller a report from a law enforcement agency or a court order demonstrating the person is a victim of a domestic violence offense. I won't repeat the story I told you earlier on an earlier amendment, but it is a near classic and all too common case. Domestic violence incident. The woman, I say that because statistically that is the most likely case. The woman seeks protection for the court, gets a civil protection order. You know, a civil protection order looks a lot like this. Not with the type, but this is what a civil protection order is made out of. Let me tell you how it works. You put that up in front of your face, it doesn't stop a .38 bullet. Doesn't. There are people today in Colorado distraught and living in fear of a domestic partner who has committed violence against them and has been released on bond. And you say, well, you could say a lot of things to that. You could say, well, they shouldn't be released on bond. Well, they have a fundamental right to life, liberty, and property. And they haven't been convicted, just accused. The Eighth Amendment says they have a right to bail. Our state constitution has similar provisions. So, we, the state, both capital S and little s, the state, respect the constitutional right of the perpetrator, the victimizer, and release them on bond. I'm not arguing we should do otherwise. It's a fundamental right. But hey, we have some balance in this system, at least as it was conceived. We had some balance in this system. And the balance in that system was, among other things, the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms for self-defense. No less important than the First Amendment. No less important than the Fourth or the Fifth or the Sixth. Because the right to defend oneself in a free society is itself a guarantee of freedom. This is an important exception. Again, I'll talk at length about the current and recent Supreme Court decisions on this right that we all have. And you will see at that time that this amendment addresses the vindication of that right for a group of people who live in fear. And need a firearm for protection. Now, not all will, and some will already have one. Some will have a family member that can loan them one, and if you're a simple country lawyer and you can wend your way through the prior statutes passed by this General Assembly and its predecessors, there's a legal way to do that transfer on a temporary basis without having to do a background check. But you have to do it just right or you're a criminal, by the way. Got to do it just right. Got to be a simple country lawyer plus if you're going to have the loan of a firearm from a family member. Got to be in your house, not in their house. And it's crazy. Crazy. This amendment is an important exception for those who need to protect themselves. Call the police? Well, in my neighborhood, they'll be there pretty quickly. But I'll be lucky if they're there in 10 minutes. It doesn't take very long to break into somebody's house. I don't know if you know that or not. Doesn't take long. Members, this amendment restores some rationality. It protects the Second Amendment rights of those who need it most. It is some effort, if passed, to observe the constitutional rights of our citizens. I ask for an aye vote on L058.
Seeing no further discussion, division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. That's right. The motion is the adoption of L058. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L058 is lost. To the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L060?
Amendment L060 by Senator Smallwood, amend re-engross bill, page 4, line 14, strike or, page 4 after line 14, add subsection C, the sale of a firearm to a person who has been the victim of a sexual offense described in Part 4 of Article 3 of this Title 18, if the alleged perpetrator of the sexual offense is not in the custody of a law enforcement agency when the person presents to the seller a report from a law enforcement agency or court order demonstrating that the person is a victim of the sexual offense and attests in writing that the alleged perpetrator is
Senator
not
Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I move Amendment 60.
To Amendment 60, Senator Smallwood.
I won't bore you with the procedural details of this, but we've been discussing potential exclusions, additional potential exclusions to the 3-day waiting period for delivery of the firearm and what individuals should be protected under that exception. So you heard from the sponsor something that, candidly, colleagues, it's been too long. I don't remember who was in the room or who wasn't when we discussed this last time. You've heard an assertion that I challenged last time and that I will challenge again this time, that women who are victims or survivors of, in this case, a sexual offense or domestic violence are at a greater risk of harm to themselves if they have access to a firearm. I challenge that completely because the studies, and I appreciate, Mr. Chair, the senator from Denver providing me the study that he was looking at least I believe he was, and certainly it says the same thing that I was telling you all last time we were having this discussion, that the studies, time and time again, review what are the outcomes for a woman who's a victim of or survivor of domestic violence, sexual assault, when there is a firearm in the home. Well, no kidding. If the abuser has access to a firearm, then bad things happen to the victim. Well, no kidding. Report after report after report, that's what they say. But you'll notice none of my amendments have said we should provide an exclusion, whether it's purchasing guns if you're between 18 and 21, or not having to wait 3 days. In none of these amendments have I said that we should give the perpetrator, the abuser, this privilege. What my amendments continue to say is we are going to consider when the victim is no longer living with the abuser and allow what is, in most cases, her, the ability to be excluded from these laws. Even the study that I just received from the bill sponsor says that, yes, indeed, when there's a gun in the home and the abuser has access to it, rates of bad outcome for the victims go through the roof. Of course they do. But that there is no measurable difference whatsoever when they're living apart. And I will concede, no measurable difference means there's not a skyrocketing level of great protective outcomes for the abused, for the survivor, for the victim. But it also isn't worse, colleagues. So when people keep coming up here and citing the same old research over and over again, stating what is patently obvious, that if you give an abuser a gun, that they're more likely to inflict harm on the abused, well, no kidding. That's not what these amendments do, colleagues. We are considering what it's like for somebody who is not living with their abuser, and there is no data that shows that things are worse. And again, I will concede, there's not a lot of data that shows that things are better either. But if it's your daughter or your sister or your aunt or your niece, do you care that statistics say things aren't better, but they aren't worse? Or do you care about, this is my family member, and I want to give my family member every fighting chance that she can have against an abuser? And that's what Amendment 60 does. Just like what your colleagues did in the House, where they struck out of the last bill we discussed all of the terms of possession for people between 18 and 21. They struck it all out in the House. In effect, doing exactly what we talked about on that bill. That's what we're looking for here. The sale of a firearm to a person who has been the victim, not alleged victim, not maybe victim, the sale of a firearm to a person who has been the victim of a sexual offense described in Part 4 of Article 3 of this Title 18, if the alleged perpetrator of the sexual offense is not in the custody of law enforcement agency, when the person presents to the seller a report from law enforcement agency or a court order demonstrating that the person is a victim of the sexual offense and attests in writing that the alleged perpetrator is not in custody. That's what you're voting on. And would ask for your aye vote on Amendment 60.
Senator Basley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the great senator from Parker for bringing this amendment. I don't even want to tell you why this is important to me. I think you could guess. When someone close to you has been through something like this, that someone close to me has been through all night long. And between the time of the arrest and the time of the trial, when that person was not in custody of law enforcement, I made certain that my daughter was well armed. And she is not only well armed, all three of my daughters, very well armed, but also very well trained in how to defend themselves. I cannot imagine that there is a more important reason for voting against this amendment than all of the very simple reasons for voting for it. I urge your aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 60 to House Bill 1219. We keep bumping up against these moments, these opportunities to kind of put the shoe on the other foot, to look at this from a different way. The bill sets out with a really clear perspective. It's trying to prevent a certain set of problems, a certain set of harms as it perceives, the sponsors perceive they exist. And we're now offering a series of amendments that says, and there's other harms that we are trying to prevent as well, and you can accept these amendments that prevent other harms from happening without walking away from your primary desire of the legislation. And it's challenging when we're offering amendments, most of which are in defense of a generally, we could say, defenseless woman, that they're being rejected. This particular amendment is even more challenging. You know, it's just the sort of thing you don't want to talk about in polite company, but by golly, that's what the laws frequently have to do, because they set limits against bad behavior, evil behavior, heinous behavior. We're talking about protecting, with this amendment, someone who's been a victim of sexual crime and giving that individual authority, sovereignty, capacity to be in control of their own protection, their own life, to live it the way they would seek to do it. In my mind, it doesn't take away from what the bill sponsors would do, and I think there are constitutional reasons and a number of reasons why the bill on its face makes mistakes. But certainly, if it is going to advance, can't we provide some protections for these individuals who already have had traumatic experiences in their lives and are seeking nothing more than the ability to be safe in their person as they choose to be safe in their person? This amendment says, don't delay. We should run to the aid, run to the defense of that individual, not saying, no, wait. Your circumstance is something that we're just going to gloss right past in pursuit of some other positive outcome. The amendment is drafted, says, it again would provide an exception for the sale of a firearm to a person who's been the victim of sexual offense, as described in Part 4 of Article 3 of Title 18. Well, that's 52 pages of the law book that describes the circumstances. And as I said before, they're the sorts of pages, I was reading through them a little while ago, the sorts of pages you just don't want to even envision, think about. They involve circumstances that would cause all of our hearts to grieve, would cause each of us to say, I don't want that to happen ever again, not if I have anything to say or do anything about it. And that's what this amendment would do, is provide our statement that we care about this, we care about that person, and to take what I think is the best possible step, and that is to give a free, sovereign individual, generally, in this case, a woman, a female, the ability to be safe and secure in and of herself in the way she would choose to do it. I urge your support of Amendment L060 to House Bill 1219. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
A division. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I wanted to take a little lunch break and take some time to talk to you once again about fundamental rights as they're protected by this amendment. Once again, for many of you, this bill is just about a 3-day waiting period, and that makes perfect sense to you. We ought to have a 3-day waiting period more than a 1-day waiting period between second and third reading, but the Constitution says only one, so we're going to do one. But this involves a fundamental right to possess a weapon for self-defense. Might it be used for other things? Yes. And we need to address those things. But not at the expense of the rights of people who are a victim of sexual offenses. That's what this amendment's about. A person who's a victim of a sexual offense, if their perpetrator is not in the custody of a law enforcement agency. Now, I don't know if you've ever known a victim of a sexual assault who learns that, once again, statistically, it is her perpetrator is out on the street. I don't know how many of you have ever heard of a case. All you got to do is use your favorite search engine and you can find a few of a perpetrator being released in one of these cases and knowing that the victim is the witness. The victim is at risk. Can the police provide protection? They will do their best. Do they have the manpower to provide 24/7 protection? No, they don't. What we're doing is saying to that woman who's a victim of a sexual assault, who says, what should I do? I know if I call the police, it'll be 10 minutes at best. What should I do? Do you have a gun? No. You need one. You need to know how to use it. So in the time we have, we need to teach you how to use it. But you need to be able to protect yourself. Members, that's what L060 is about. It's about this fundamental right to protect yourself. I ask for an aye vote on L060.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair and members. An important discussion here on L060. I would urge a no vote, and I want to share with you some very important research around this topic that I believe will be useful throughout this debate. And I'll be sharing this with anybody, the citations, happy to share those citations with anyone in the body that would like to dig in further. But they're based on a number of academic studies over the last 15 years, approximately, the latest one coming in just a couple years ago. But they're drawn from the American Journal of Public Health. They're drawn from the Annals of Emergency Medicine. They're drawn from a meta-analysis that was done in the journal Trauma, Violence, and Abuse. And I want to make sure we all understand that term, meta-analysis. These are basically studies of studies. And what they try to do is compile dozens, sometimes more studies to look at trends and the overall evidence in a certain area of research. And so that's what I'm drawing from to share with you some of these important conclusions from a huge body of academic research that's been done on this in public health and emergency medicine journals. Several studies have found that not only does arming survivors not have a protective effect, it increases the risk of intimate partner homicide. A study of risk factors for intimate partner femicide shows that a victim's firearm possession does not reduce the rate of domestic violence or abuse, and that abused women who are not killed by intimate partners, abused women who are abused women who are killed by intimate partners, and women who do not experience abuse at all possess firearms at the same rate. So that's how the study is set up. A woman's purchase of a handgun increases the risk of homicide by 50% and doubles the risk of a firearm homicide. Increases the risk by 50% and doubles the risk of a firearm homicide. And an abuser's access to firearm increases the risk of intimate partner femicide by 1,000%, whether or not the firearm belongs to the perpetrator or the victim. So again, we've got decades of work in this area. We have a natural experiment because some states have these laws in place and some states don't. And again, the evidence is compelling and overwhelming. Please reject L060.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a little anecdote about statistics never lie. What I would encourage is that you're listening very carefully when you hear these statistics and these studies being cited. Because it's a little bit esoteric and it's certainly nuanced, and unless you read it over and over and over again, it's not necessarily clear what we're getting at. Additionally, I think that perhaps, Mr. Chair, the body and I might be having another one of those AM/FM conversations, because I keep coming here and conceding that a firearm in the home of an abuser results in really bad outcomes for the abused. I have said that no less than 10 times standing right here. And every time somebody parades up here to discuss the studies time and time again are giving you only the information that I've already conceded. A firearm in the home of an abuser results in really bad outcomes for the abused. I can say it again. I can say it 12 times, 15 times, 32 times. I know that. You all should know that just anecdotally. It seems obvious, doesn't it? But what you haven't heard are the details of those exact studies that discuss what happens specifically when a woman who is being abused gets a temporary restraining order or a court order against her abuser, leaves the home, files charges,
and the abuser has just not yet been apprehended. Show me that study that doesn't exist. Or we'll just keep rehashing the same old statistics of a firearm in the home with an abuser results in really bad outcomes for the abused. Well, no kidding. That is not what I am talking about. I am talking about an abused person, a survivor, a victim. Somebody with the next amendment that I'm going to run has even gone to the lengths to get a restraining order against their abuser. Now she, ostensibly she, is somewhere else, not in the home, just like the situation that happened up in Commerce City, the tragedy that happened up in Commerce City a few weeks ago. The abused is with her parents, her family members. When the abuser storms in, takes her life, murders her. Those are the situations that I'm talking about. Those are the situations where I am desperately trying to provide a modicum of protection to a very small number of people who have documented from law enforcement, from the court, that they are the victim, they are a survivor, they are the abused. Somebody show me those reports instead of the same old tired 10-year 2013 reports that I've got 15 of them on my phone. The same tired, dated information that states what is patently obvious to anybody who's listening. That if you've got an abuser and an abused in the same home and somebody brings a gun in, that it's going to mean really, really bad things. Well, no kidding. I feel like my amendments are being twisted every time. I understand that there is no good supporting data to use as against my amendments. I get that. But to just repeat something that doesn't even have a connection with the amendments, I don't feel is giving the argument its due. What I want to see, colleagues, is that when somebody has documented that they are a victim or a survivor, they have gone to the lengths to get court orders or filed police reports or pressed charges against somebody, and now they are out on their own trying to survive, that they should have every means available to defend themselves against what is very often a bigger, stronger, more Luciferian attacker, abuser. That is what I'm trying to accomplish, and nothing beyond that. And because of that, I would ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, a division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L60. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L060 is lost. To the bill, there is an amendment of the desk. Will the clerk please read L54?
Amendment L054 by Senator Smallwood, amend
Senator
Grosbill.
Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we heard this exact same amendment.
Please move the amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 54.
Proper motion to the amendment, Senator Smallwood.
Amendment 54 is as narrow an amendment that I can conceive of on this topic. So remember, unlike the bill we were debating a week or two ago, where we were talking about persons aged maybe 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, a smaller percentage of people that you heard, I believe, from the senator from Denver. One of my amendments was too broadly crafted. What this amendment, and this is the one everybody gets to put their name on the vote on this one, just to kind of do a little foreshadowing here. What we're now talking about is providing a very narrow exemption to a protected person as defined in section 13-14-101 for whose benefit a protection order was issued while the protection order is in effect. So now what we're talking about, colleagues, is this is not a person who believes they're a victim of a crime, has said they're a victim of a crime, has said that they're a survivor of sexual assault, or claims to be a victim of sexual assault. This is an individual who has actually gone to the courts and proven to the courts that they shall be defined as a protected person and they will receive the benefits of this protection order. That is who we're talking about now. And that is the only person that we're talking about. Now, granted, somebody here is going to get really crafty and say, hey, Senator, you know, that person can just go get a muzzle-loading pistol to defend themselves. And you would be accurate. They could do that. Because, again, muzzle-loading pistols are excluded in this bill as it stands today. So they could, I suppose, conceivably, go purchase a muzzle-loading rifle or a replica of an antique 1850s naval pistol. But is that what we want? Is that what we want for a person who has already proven to the courts that they are in grave enough danger from a person that the court has issued a protection order for that person and they are now deemed a protected person? Is it good enough to say you can have a muzzle-loading rifle or a flintlock pistol or a replica of an antique pistol? Or should we go ahead and make one exception and say that this person has earned the right from society to defend what is most likely herself? I'm not going to sugarcoat it, in the most lethal way possible, because that's what she's facing. That's what she's facing. And I don't want to leave her with a frying pan or some pepper spray or a Louisville Slugger against an abuser who is probably using something with a little more lethality than that. This isn't asking very much, colleagues. If you have a real moral dilemma because of this amendment, that you're thinking to yourself, yeah, I can see that we should go ahead and allow the exemption for the grandchild of the soldier who's being deployed, because that grandchild or niece, they really do deserve to have the 3-day waiting period waived for them. That's what the bill says. That makes perfect sense. That grandfather, nothing could possibly happen when he gets the exception to the 3-day waiting period, but a woman who's a protected person under a protective order, you've gone too far, Senator. You've gone just too far. You're not talking about first cousins of the deployed anymore. Now you're talking about women fearing for their lives. This conversation doesn't even make sense to me anymore. That this is how we're force ranking members of society in our state. That first cousins of the deployed have earned an exception to this law. That grandchildren of the soon-to-be deployed have earned an exception to this law. And everybody else, like women under a protective order, they get the muzzle loaders or the replicas. This isn't a very difficult decision, colleagues. This is the kind of amendment that I would have expected to have already been crafted into the bill language. This is so narrow and so non-intrusive into society. If you can show me one person in this state, one person who should get an exception to a 3-day wait, one person, somebody who has gone to the lengths of going to the courts, and the courts have said, yes, you are in danger. You are in grave danger. And remember, when that person, statistically a woman, does that, very, very often she has just upped the ante, because I can cite you case after case after case where it is in the exact obtaining of this protection order that drove their abusers so crazy that they committed murder. This is a bold person who has gone out to seek this protection order. It's not easy, and it's dangerous beyond comprehension for her to do that. And for us to say in this piece of legislation, no, she might not be worth it, but the first cousin of the soon-to-be deployed airman, that's who we need to protect here in the state of Colorado. This person, come on, colleagues. Come on, ask for your aye vote on Amendment 54.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L04, 0542, House Bill 1219. It's been interesting participating in the debate so far. There's this perspective that I think lies behind and underneath everything maybe over and above and beside it as well. That is, you may be protected if you're protected in a way we, the state, those who write the laws, want you to be protected. But you may not have protection if you intend to provide it for yourself. There's this construct of just submit to our policy and we'll keep working on the policy and we'll get it figured out to the place where we will make you safe. But don't deign to try to be secure yourself or allow your family to be secure. Don't do it yourself, just allow us to do it for you. That seems to be fundamental. And as we walk through these amendments, one after another, where they get narrower and narrower and narrower, where we started with a small group of people perhaps, and said, let's allow these people the freedom to protect themselves. And well, let's allow this smaller group of people to reject it. Well, how about a smaller group of people? No, we'll reject their ability to protect. In pursuit of we're going to control it all somehow through the force of government power. Well, this amendment, 054, provides an exception for the sale of a firearm inside the time frame to a protected person. What's that? As defined in section 1314-101. Here's the legislative declaration to protected persons. This is what the General Assembly, if you didn't vote on this at some point, somebody who sat in the chair before you did voted on this. General Assembly hereby finds that the issuance and enforcement of protection orders are of paramount importance in the state of Colorado because protection orders promote safety, reduce violence, and other types of abuse, and prevent serious harm and death. Paramount importance. So we've said there is nothing higher, there is nothing more important than making sure that this individual is protected. In order to improve the public's access to protection orders and to ensure careful judicial consideration of requests, so we've got a lot of filtering going on here. We're making sure that if you get a protection order, it's been well thought about. And effective law enforcement, there shall be two processes for obtaining protection orders within the state of Colorado: a simplified civil process and a mandatory criminal process. The General Assembly further finds and declares that domestic abuse is not limited to threats of violence and harm, but also includes mental and emotional abuse, financial control, document control, property control, and other types of control that make a victim more likely to return to an abuser. This is why they're creating this idea of protection. They're noting and understanding and calling out behavioral patterns that may in fact expand and increase the risk. Many victims of domestic abuse are unable to access the resources necessary to seek lasting safety options. Victims need additional provisions and protection orders so that they can meet their immediate needs of food, shelter, transportation, medical care, and child care for their appearance at protection order hearings. These needs may exist not only in cases that may end in dissolution of marriage, but also in other circumstances, including cases which reconciliation may occur. Glimmer of hope, that's always nice in a ledge deck. Additionally, the General Assembly finds and declares that sexual assault affects Coloradans of all ages, backgrounds, and circumstances, and is one of the most underreported of all crimes. Sexual violence may occur in any type of relationship. However, the majority of sexual assaults are perpetrated by someone whom the victim knows. Victims of sexual assault who do not report the crime, as well as victims who do report, but those whose case is not prosecuted, still need and deserve protection from future interactions with the perpetrator, as many victims experience long-lasting physical and emotional trauma from unwanted contact with the perpetrator. Finally, the General Assembly finds and declares that stalking is a dangerous, high-risk crime that frequently escalates over time and that sometimes leads tragically to a sex assault or homicide. Countless youth and adults of Colorado have faced the fear of isolation, danger of being victims of stalking, and many of these incidents go unreported and are not prosecuted. While stalking behaviors may appear innocuous to outside observers, the victims often endure intense physical and emotional distress that affects all aspects of their lives and are more likely than others to express anxiety, depression, and social dysfunction. So we have stated in grandiose and yet precise terms how critically important it is to us as a General Assembly, those who sat before us and those who will come after in this, unless this is changed, to protect these persons. Now, we had an interesting back and forth debate going on about, actually, it was, I thought, fairly conclusively argued to resolution that if you really talk about the current circumstance and you look at the current studies, you see, and when you look at, quite frankly, the circumstance we're talking mostly about, and that's an individual who's apart, seeking their own life, seeking their own pathway, seeking their own ability to protect themselves, not in a common circumstance with someone else where there may be a shared firearm, but where an individual would have the right to have their own protection for their own purposes. So we had this debate going back and forth about studies and whether there's anything conclusive about that. I would argue there's a logic exercise that's available to us in this, and it's apparent in this amendment as well. Regardless of study, are there individuals, protected persons, to speak to this amendment, who would, could, might, do have a desire to have a hand, a say in their own protection? This bill says no, as drafted. This amendment says yes, as offered. We've acknowledged in a broad way how critically important we think it is to protect individuals of that nature. And yet we would seek to take away from them the ability to participate in their own protection? How can that possibly be? The headlong race to achieve a policy outcome that is perceived to be a grander solution by some than it is known to be by others is causing us to block out the development of policy that actually says, you know what, an exception may make sense here. I mean, for heaven's sakes, we ran a whole bill on protection orders through here a couple of weeks ago. This is a circumstance where there's already a protection order in place. And yet the bill says you may not participate in your own protection. You must rely on us to have shaped policy The hubris in that is astounding. Sure, we can write policies about anything, about agriculture, about education, about law enforcement, crime, and I would argue intrusions on the Second Amendment. But the fact is, those policies always intersect with an individual's life one way or another. And sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. But the policies around agriculture may get one class of weeds special care, concern, and eradication. Policies around education may enhance a child's opportunity to have a better life. But a policy that says you may not protect yourself because we're smarter than you, we're bigger than you, mistaken on its face, in my opinion. This amendment acknowledges the fact that we in collective write laws that are broad, sometimes good, sometimes not so good, but we also acknowledge a sovereign individual, in this case, a sovereign individual whom we've said deserves special protections, has the ability to participate in their own life. They have the volition, the ability to do what they may perceive to be as necessary for their own personal protection. It seems we bump up against some of these narrow adjustments to legislation, and when they get rejected out of hand, it causes you to wonder, is in fact a deliberation happening, or are we in fact subject to the will of an ideology that does not care to, in the great deliberative process, hear perspectives that are diverse, different, and be willing to take those different perspectives, different ideas, different policy solutions into consideration to get to better policy. It seems that there's something where there's a hard line being drawn that says, don't really want to be confused with the facts, just want to be able to say, I did. I may be flying close to the sun, Mr. Chair, and I will try and wing away. I would never challenge motives. But at the same time, it's hard to understand a progression that seeks policy engagement, a nexus that by any definition can only be described as getting closer and closer and closer to a small but meaningful change. I urge, Mr. Chair, your support of L054 for this small but meaningful change on behalf of protected persons, some of whom should be given the ability to say, I want to participate in my own protection. Thank you, General Assembly, for actually allowing me to live my life as I see fit and protect myself as I care to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion. Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members. To the point from the last speaker, the good senator from Monument, I believe we are having an important and deliberative process today. I think we are showing perhaps the other chamber how to do this. So I appreciate this discussion, this important debate very, very much. Members, I do urge a no vote on this amendment, and the reason is that it is, if you look closely at the statutory citation from Title 13, this includes all types of protective orders, civil and criminal. And I think that broadness does not lead us to the right conclusion, and therefore I believe we need to reject this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, a division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L054. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L054 is lost. Senator Basley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address my constituents about House Bill 1219. This bill, constituents, proposes to add 3 days from the time that one attempts to purchase a firearm to when they could receive that firearm. What is addressed in this bill, 1219, House Bill 23-1219, are two areas of aggression concern. And I understand the intent. The intent is when someone is a little hot-headed, have aggressive intent, or perhaps suicidal, that a cooling off period of 3 days might calm things down for more level-headedness. That's the intent. So these two areas are addressed in this bill. One is homicides. And so there's a lot of stats quoted here about homicides. A discharge of firearm since 2000, year 2000, there are 274 homicides by firearm. Homicide victims, 74 deaths. Talking in Colorado here, 7th highest suicide rate. So there's a lot of statistics here about homicides and suicides, but there's nothing addressed in here about defense, the defensive use of a weapon. So while it may be understandable that we talk about having a cooling off period for someone with an aggressive intent or a suicidal intent, there is nothing even addressed here about the defensive nature of a firearm. So it was spoken about earlier here today about what if we just save one person's life, and then afterward a challenge, what if we could save 26 people's lives? Well, what if we could save millions of lives? In the Journal of Criminal Law and Criminology, published in the fall of 1995, a study called The Armed Resistance to Crime, The Prevalence and Nature of Self-Defense with a Gun by Gary Kleck and Mark Gertz, gives these statistics for defense with a firearm. Most technically sound estimates indicate that each year in the United States there are about 2.2 to 2.5 million defensive gun uses of all types by civilians against other humans, with about 1.5 to 1.9 million of those incidents involving the use of handguns. Now, if you might want something a little more recent than 1995, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, almost every major study on defensive gun use has found that Americans use their firearms defensively between 500,000 and 3 million times each year. This bill fails to discuss the defensive use and focuses strictly on homicide and suicide. So the intent here of 3 days, and I'll give you just my second two concerns about it, that on page 3, lines 16 through 20, discuss specifically the delivery of the firearm to the purchaser until the later in time occurs of either 3 days or when the background check has taken place. So it's argued constantly that the background check is already going to take some time, so this might not even have effect. It might not even add any days because there's 3 days. But background checks certainly should happen faster. I mean, we swipe our credit card and that check happens instantaneously. We should get to a point when background checks are happening instantaneously. So this does have an effect in the long run that I'm terrifically concerned about. Also concerned on page 4 of the bill, between lines 17 and 19, that a local government may enact an ordinance regulating other laws concerning a waiting period. So local governments could add even more than 3 days at their choosing. So where does this fall down for me personally? Why is this such an important matter to me? So some years ago, when my daughter was 8 years old, my daughter was 10 years old. It was before the daughters 2 and 3 came along. My son was 10. Someone broke into our house. Now, we were living in a very old house, a nice old craftsman home, but it was like 95 years old, and breaking into it was not a terrific challenge. You just push in on one of the windows and slide it past the built-in lock. But someone did break in while we were away. And I won't tell you all the details, but the intent was sexual aggression against my 10-year-old daughter and my wife. It included the placing of Tampexes that they got from our bathroom and planted them like Easter eggs throughout the house. So for the next few weeks, we would just come across them. My daughter found one in her bed. Once, when opening the freezer for helping make dinner, there was another Tampax in the freezer to surprise us. Over and over, a reminder. But this break-in didn't happen just the one time. This person must have broken into our house a dozen times. Obviously, someone who lived nearby and could see when we left and would come in and perform some sexually oriented behavior act directed at my 10-year-old daughter and my wife. So at some point, and I don't recall if it was the first incident or the third, but of course we called the police every time, but a police officer asked me, "You do have a firearm to protect your family, do you not?" And I didn't. I was 32 years old. It actually had not occurred to me. I believed in the right of people to defend themselves from a tyrannical government, but it hadn't even occurred to me to buy a handgun, a weapon like that for defending my castle. But all of a sudden, it was urgent. The threat was imminent. It was right then. So, of course, I went down to the local sporting goods store and I got good advice from the salesperson who sold me the shortest legal 12-gauge shotgun and big shot and a whole lot of practice rounds, and sent me immediately to a range to go practice and get good at it. None of that was pleasant. The concept even of shooting the intruder wasn't even pleasant. But my family and my castle were under threat of attack right then. It wasn't 3 days later, it was now. I can't even imagine the fury that I would have had back then if I was told by the gun salesman, "Well, here's your gun. We'll be holding on to it for the next 3 days while you while you sit and hope that there's not another incident, not another attack, but we've got to defend you from yourself. Mr. Chairman, I'm passing an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L61?
Amendment L061 by Senator Baisley, amend Ring Gross Bill, page 4, line 14, strike or page 4 after line 14, insert C, the sale of a firearm to a person who has been within the 12 months prior to the sale, the victim of menacing as described
Senator
in
Baisley.
section.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Zoe, for reading the bill, the amendment, excuse me. So,
Please move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment will do...
No, please move the amendment.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I move L061 to 1269.
It's a proper motion, 1219. That's a proper motion. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill would exempt from the 3-day waiting period someone like me whose house was under attack, whose wife and daughter were being threatened constantly by a neighbor with ill intent, with sexual assault intent. This amendment, would exempt someone who has reported to law enforcement that there is an imminent issue happening right now and that they need to defend themselves from that threat. I think it's a very reasonable thing to ask. It's certainly something that if House Bill 1219 were in place, then it would have made things okay for me and my family if I could still get to a weapon to defend my family. So for that reason, for me personally and for everyone else who experiences such things, I ask you for the aye vote. Yeah, I'll ask you for the aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do want to acknowledge that I've been respecting your office as the chair of the Committee of the Whole. The honorific Mr. President, President Pro Tem, is implied in that every time I say it, and I want to call it out specifically this time, Mr. Chair and President Pro Tem. I rise in support of Amendment L061. I want to start with the end of the amendment. And the person presents to the seller the report from a law enforcement agency or a court order demonstrating the person is the victim of the crime. So again, this isn't willy-nilly. This doesn't just happen because somebody's trying to get around the law because they, for whatever convenience reasons, we'll say. There is a need. It's demonstrated. It's documented. In this case, the amendment is focused around home. Aside from the people who live in our homes with us, what could be more precious than our home? The bill amendment sponsor referred to it as his castle, somewhat apocryphal. He may have greater means and therefore a more stone enhanced edifice than what I call home. But the reality is, that's exactly what it is. It's a metaphor for our domain. It's our life, our family's life, and our domain. The things that we accumulate, that we pull together by the sweat of our brow is kind of the colloquial way we say it. But the reality is we trade our life, hour by hour, for a wage or for a return on effort of some form, and then that value we translate into our domain, our home. This amendment would provide the ability, when that home is threatened and that family is threatened, to actually protect it. I think it's an extension of our ability to protect our very life. Our home is, after all, an extension of our life, and our family is an extension of our life. I mean, I always blanch a little bit. I mean, the sexual offense crimes, quite frankly, the nature of the experience that the amendment sponsor described with regard to someone taking I can't even begin to imagine the emotional consequence on a 10-year-old girl of experiencing the after effect of the sorts of things that were being done in this home. Just one example, one person, one circumstance. 5.7 million Coloradans. How many other circumstances likely exist in the same way? And how many other people would say, hey, I want to be able to protect myself, my family, my life, my domain, my home. And I'm in a circumstance based on, according to the amendment, where law enforcement has said the problem is now, the ability to do it now, not at some point in the future. We're on a pathway to trying to acknowledge the intentions of the bill and at the same time unwind some of the unintended negative consequences that the bill will cause as we walk through this, talk through this, think through this. This particular amendment resonates with me as a father because I take very seriously the idea that I am responsible for caring for and taking care of and protecting my family, my children. And I think there are a lot of other fathers and mothers, quite frankly, who carry that same burden, that same weight on their shoulders to, quite frankly, by their volition, by their action, by their activity, be able to protect. Not to say, well, we'll let somebody else take care of our family for us. We'll let policy, because policy is the end-all be-all. We'll let policy solve the problem for us. No, this provides people the ability, the individuals the ability, fathers and mothers the ability to protect their domain, their home, their family. I urge your support of Amendment 061.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request the Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted.
Deuteronomy is clearly
Any further discussion on L061? Senator Hansen. Oh.
Please, sir, please.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the courtesy of the good senator from Denver. I know he has many other things he probably would rather be doing today. Members, after our brief senatorial 5 there, I just need to gather my thoughts again. L061 is a compilation of those who most badly need to acquire a firearm, not after 3 days, but now, for the purpose of self-defense. These are all serious crimes. They are all things for which a person might well seek to purchase a firearm. And I remind you yet again, as I think I must be compelled to do for another 25 times before the day is out, the Second Amendment creates a fundamental right. A fundamental right to possess a firearm for the purpose of self-defense. And any kind of an infringement on that must be justified, and as I will share later, must be justified in the historical context of the adoption, the ratification of the Second Amendment, both at the time of the adoption of the Bill of Rights and at the time of the adoption of the 14th Amendment through incorporation doctrine, which that's about an hour-long discussion that we'll have to deal with perhaps later, I don't know. Members, at its heart, this bill, while well-intended, I believe, infringes upon fundamental rights. They're not rights that I get to decide or anybody else gets to decide or shouldn't be rights. As I said earlier, there's a process in the Constitution itself for the amendment. It's really hard. It was intended to be really hard. But it can be done. And I really suggest to the proponents that that's the logical start for enacting this kind of restriction. But since we can't, and since there seem to be those, based upon votes on amendments, that there seem to be 18-plus people who believe that infringing on the rights guaranteed by the Second Amendment is somehow appropriate, I would simply ask, could you at least consider what that fundamental right is all about, and that this amendment seeks to protect that right for those citizens who most badly need to acquire a firearm under the threat of having been a victim of crime. These are not people who themselves are likely to go and commit a crime. They've been a victim of a crime. They don't want to be a victim of another crime in which they lose their life. This is an important amendment. It covers a broad set of circumstances that all involve serious crimes against the person who wishes to acquire a firearm. Allow them to protect themselves. Give at least this deference to the rights of those who need a weapon for self-defense. I ask for an aye vote on L061.
Senator, seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption. Senator Hansen.
Thank you for your forbearance, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate it. Members, I would request a no vote on L61, the matter currently in front of us. You know, I certainly understand the intent. I certainly understand the personal story that motivates the amendment. But we're talking here about, again, a very wide exception, a 12-month construction in this amendment. We're talking about a 3-day waiting period. A 12-month set of language in this amendment does not make sense when you think about the context of this bill. And I would urge a no vote on L61.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's the 12 months, the reference to 12 months in the amendment is that the sale, I'll read it, the sale of a firearm to a person who has been, within the 12 months prior to the sale, the victim of menacing as described in Section 8, Title 18. And that goes on to describe what those are, sexual offense, stalking, and so on. So I would challenge the sponsor, if 12 months is not acceptable, what would be? What would be? Would it be acceptable to say that only someone who has been a victim within the past week, within the past couple of days, within the past month? 12 months was a judgment call. Someone who in the past 12 months has been a victim of these crimes and feels threatened and needs to defend themselves, perhaps there's a better time, but I'm open to that, so I would challenge the sponsor to tell us what would be an acceptable period of time before this exception so that they would not have to wait 3 days to defend themselves from threat.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 61. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and L61 is lost. Is there any further discussion? Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've heard a lot about self-defense, which I wholeheartedly believe in. And we've heard a lot about defense of your castle, which I wholeheartedly believe in. But let's talk about the defense of your livelihood. So, being born and raised in eastern Colorado and on the parts of the western slope, I got to be a part of raising livestock with my family. And one of the things that we always are concerned about with raising livestock, and it doesn't matter if it's cattle or if it's horses, if it's sheep, if it's hogs, I'll even throw chickens in there because there's always foxes in the hen house. But one of the things that we always made sure to do is that we always had a firearm to protect our livestock, our livelihood, what we do. And so one of the things that I'm asking is that sometimes when you have a firearm and it doesn't work or it breaks and you have to send it in to be fixed or whatever, it's happened to me before. I had an old 30-30 lever action that we used to keep the coyotes away. And it broke on us, and we had to take it to a gunsmith to get worked on. We had no backup to be able to take out there. I don't think waiting a 3-day waiting period to get a rifle to protect our livestock should be in there. So I'm going to add an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L56?
Amendment L056 by
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L056.
To the amendment, Senator Pelton B.
So what this does is it just adds C onto from page 4 after line 14 and inserts the sale of a firearm to a rancher who is purchasing the firearm for the use to defend livestock from predators, or So the reason why I'm asking for this amendment is when we were listening to the other gun bills that we saw in this chamber, the other sponsors from one of the gun bills actually added livestock in there, and I would ask that we consider this amendment to make sure to protect our livelihood that is on a lot of the Eastern Plains and on the Western Slope. I think there's 60 counties or 62 counties in the state of Colorado that have some sort of livestock in it. And I think that it's just nice to be able to protect your livelihood and protect what you are able to, your livelihood and how you make your income for your family. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator from Sterling, for bringing this amendment. Many times in this chamber, we see one-size-fits-all policy pushed forward, and rural Colorado is usually one shortchanged in it. The senator from Sterling talked about sometimes we have our gun will break or something happens, we've got to send it in to have work done to it, which leaves us defenseless and our livestock defenseless. That's unacceptable out there in rural Colorado. 3 days, we could lose a lot of our herd or you name it to predators and such. So I am in strong support of this amendment, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L056, as a lot of it's already been said, but I can tell you in my experience, many times you need that firearm for livestock protection. I've seen it many times where up on the mountain with the on allotments, especially with sheep allotments, herders have a firearm that another horse kicks, breaks the stock. Sometimes they lose them out of the scabbard, and if they're receiving a lot of bear and lion damage on their livestock, they need a firearm up there. And most of those herders only carry one. So the producer typically has to get a new firearm to those, and they can't wait 3 days when they're losing livestock on a mountain and on an allotment. So I stand in strong support of this for the rancher or the producer to being able to defend their livestock from predators, to be able to buy a gun on the same day. Thank you.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of Amendment L056. Colleagues, just asking not to remove an option for particularly ranchers and experiencing this firsthand, watching to see what a coyote can do to a newborn calf is pretty impactful from a humanitarian perspective, but also to recognize that that's a source of income for my family, to watch what last year ended up being like a $1,700 calf eaten alive at birth, and removing again some optionality for us to defend that. I think is problematic, and would encourage the body to really consider a small adjustment here and allowing ranchers, again, the opportunity to protect their investment, their livelihood, and what I hope to be able to pass on to my son and my grandson. And again, just a little bit of optionality here. I would appreciate a support of Amendment 56. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and members. I would urge a no vote on L56. I also grew up out on the plains. I am very familiar with the scenarios which are being described, having been personally involved in a couple myself as I worked for farmers every summer. The scenario being described is that you happen upon a predator of some sort, and the weapon you already have for some reason is not functioning, and this amendment would do absolutely nothing to address the scenario which is described during this debate. So I want to start with that. The second thing is that there is no definition of what qualifies as a person who would get this exemption. Perhaps the proponents are wanting a registry of ranchers in the state. I'm not sure, but I don't think this is a workable amendment for several reasons, and I would ask for a no vote on L56.
Seeing no further discussion, a division has been called and requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L056. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand.
I just want to acknowledge the first time I've seen you guys all.
The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L056 is lost. To the bill, Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have another amendment here that I'd like to.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L65?
Amendment L065
Senator
by
Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move L065.
Proper motion to the amendment, Senator Pelton B.
So I was reading this bill the other night, and I got to thinking about it, and I just have to tell you that, especially in eastern Colorado, which one of the sponsors will understand, is that we have some big families, large families. And when I was reading this bill, it says in 2B, the sale of a firearm by a person serving in the armed forces of the United States who will be deployed outside of the United States within the next 30 days to any amendment or to any immediate family member, which is limited to a spouse, parent, child, sibling, grandparent, grandchild, niece, nephew, first cousin, aunt, or uncle of the person. The reason why this kind of bothered me is I have, again, a large family. Me and the good senator from Cheyenne Wells if I left for the military tomorrow, I would not be able to let him have my guns. And I trust the good senator from Cheyenne Wells. I've known him my whole life. And I thought that this would be one of those amendments that, I mean, when we're close to our families like we are, we know who can handle this responsibility and we know who can't handle this responsibility. So what this amendment does is it just strikes immediate and just substitutes family member. So instead of going through the list on who you can give it to in your family, it can be any of your family. My second cousin, it could be to my second cousin, could be my great uncle, my great aunt. Family members that I know, that I trust, that I'm close to, that I could give to. That's what this amendment does. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I gladly will take your guns. But, you know, maybe your daughters need it more. I found that language just a little concerning, that it narrowed it down to where it's just could go no further out than first cousins. As a good senator from Sterling said, there are some large families out in eastern Colorado. His dad came from a family of 13, had an aunt, a family of 12. So there are big families. Sometimes those families that go past the first cousin or cousin first removed, as sometimes it's referred to, is an appropriate place to disperse of some firearms like this. So I stand in strong support of L65 and ask for a yes vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the good senators from Peltonia, I would hope that as the sixth of 7 kids myself, I would hope that if you didn't at least take a 17C on this motion, that you would at least not use your cousins' selves as examples. I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in strong support of this amendment. As I read the bill about the sale of a firearm for a person serving in the armed forces and who's going to be deployed and who they can sell to an immediate family member, this amendment makes all kinds of sense. The way the bill's written is totally unenforceable. There will never be any enforcement of this bill whatsoever. So this amendment makes all kinds of sense, just saying a family member. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Hansen.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And members, I would ask for a no vote on L65. I believe we've got more than adequate language that's currently in the bill, and don't think we need to move forward with L65 given the current language. So I urge a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L065. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L065 is lost. Senator Pelton R., are you here to acknowledge a former senator who might be in the chamber named something Williams? Because I'm on second reading and I can't say that? Okay, that's fine. I was trying to acknowledge her. I don't want to get in trouble. There's a member at the desk. Will the clerk please read L64?
Amendment L064 by Senator Pelton R. Amend re-engross bill, page 4 for
Senator
line 19
Pelton R.
in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I referenced earlier how this was a bill that may be overlooked or was a one-size-fits-all that had sometimes a detrimental impact out in rural Colorado. Say if you happen to have some threats on your family or your property and your gun was in the shop and you happen to want to get away for a day or two just to kind of get away from the pressure and the threat, and you were in the city and you came across a gun shop that had just the firearm you wanted. What this bill does is if you would buy that firearm and you live more than 50 miles from that dealer, that the Department of Public Safety would pay the shipping to get that weapon out to you so that you would have it then, and you wouldn't have to make a special trip back into that gun store, and it would be shipped to a licensed, your local licensed gun dealer, not to yourself, because I think there may be some regulation around that. So, very simple amendment. If you're in town, you buy a gun that's, and you're more than 50 miles from home, at the end of those 3 days when your background check clears, the state would pay to ship that gun to you. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Senator Pelton R., if you'd like to move your amendment, that'd help us out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L064 and ask for a yes vote.
There you go. Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it's a question that I know I direct to you, but I hope that the sponsor of this amendment can answer. It says when the sale of a firearm is to a person whose residence is more than 50 miles, would that also include a former senator who might now live in Tennessee, whose name might be Angela Williams?
Let's acknowledge that we do have a visitor in our chamber and acknowledge the good former Senator Angela Williams joining us here today. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think where she lives in Tennessee now, this law would not apply. So with that, I still ask for a yes vote.
Senator Hansen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I believe it would be a mistake to move forward with L64. I think this is expansion of government. This would lead to a fiscal note. And I'm really surprised to see this amendment come out of Peltonia for those reasons. So I would ask for a no vote on L64.
Seeing no further discussion on L064, the motion is adoption of L064. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L064 is lost. Senator Kirkmeyer. There is an amendment at the desk. Would the clerk please read L053?
Amendment L053 by Senator
Senator
Kirkmeyer.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L053.
Proper motion to the amendment, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment allows for yet the attempt at another exception. And it would be the exception for the sale of a firearm to a person who has reason to fear for the person's life or the life of another person. I'm asking for this amendment for people that are such as myself, in the situation that I have been in on numerous occasions, one having been an elected official and having this situation occur, that and just things that have happened in my area of where I live in the state. So I live in the unincorporated part of the county. The closest sheriff's office is 20 minutes away at best. That's the outstation. There are some other municipalities that are close, but it's still at least 10 to 15 minutes before any response can get to my house. And that would be on a good day. Over the course of the last few years, I have been threatened several times with death, with violence going against myself and both of my daughters and their families. I've had people show up on my property 9 o'clock on a Friday night, drive halfway down my lane, sit there for 15 minutes in an attempted intimidation. Again, I told you where I live. I also live by myself. So a single woman living at least 10 to 15 minutes response time away from any law enforcement or first responder. And I know because I've called them several times. So I know how long it takes for them to get to my house, to my property. I've had emails sent, letters sent. One email in particular said they wish I had been aborted, and since my mother didn't do the job, maybe they would. Letters. As I said, people showing up at my home late at night. I've had people showing up at my daughter's home, which I'm on the title to her property. She's had to call the sheriff. She had to call the sheriff 4 times over the course of a 2-year period. Sometimes it was just people trying to intimidate her because they thought I lived there. Sometimes it was people who thought they could do a drug deal. One of the people that was actually caught, I do not recommend this to people, but do not try to trap people into situations while you're waiting for law enforcement to get there. And my daughter lives out in the country as well. She lives about 5 miles away from me. They've been trying to do drug deals. These people are coming with guns. It's like 2 a.m. in the morning kind of thing. They're showing up to the point where we feel threatened. We've got to call the sheriff's office. We had one instance where my in-laws own property just to the north of me, again, out in the unincorporated part of the county. We had an instance where an individual showed up at my mother-in-law's home, and the name on her property is B. Kirkmeyer, so I think they thought maybe I lived there. It was during the middle of the day when my brother-in-law stopped to see if the gentleman needed help. He proceeded to be very aggressive. He didn't attack my brother-in-law, but he made a lot of threatening comments. When my brother-in-law called the sheriff's office, they said, "Kirkmeyer, are you related to Commissioner Kirkmeyer?" And they're like, "Yes." And he goes, "That's my sister-in-law." And he goes, "Maybe that's why this person's there." And the person was definitely threatening, thought he could get into this location, which was my in-laws' house that they don't live at any longer, but it was there. Anyways, also in my area, I have had, just recently, there was an altercation that was occurring at one of my neighbor's house across the road. Had several young individuals, I don't know their age, but they looked about anywhere from 18 to 24 years of age, running through my property at all hours of the night. Again, got to call law enforcement, find out what's going on. Also in the area, I've had 3 bodies that have been dumped. They were victims of murder, dumped that are less than a mile away from my home. Had one just recently, it was within a couple of miles of my home, dumped on county line. Again, yet another murder. I think I've told you about this one where I've had a recent individual who was hopped up on drugs. It appears that they had fentanyl in their vehicle. They were having a dispute between a girlfriend and her boyfriend or partner. The end result was he committed suicide at the end of my lane, and that would be at the end of my daughter's lane. Because of all these instances, myself, my in-laws, both my daughters, we now have locked gates or electronic gates at our homes. We all have gone out and purchased camera systems. So when the alarms go off or the camera goes off at 2 o'clock in the morning, we know who is on our property. In fact, just about a month ago, actually it would have been December, so it'd been 3 months ago, my daughter's cameras went off because she had an individual who said he walked from Arvada during very frigid weather in December and decided to camp out on her front doorstep. And he was underneath the rug that was on her front door, on her stoop, her porch. Her husband was not home, and she had 3 little boys in the house with her. And, excuse me just a minute, I need to grab my phone. After the last debate that we had on guns, that Saturday, these tweets were sent to me. Kirkmeyer, you ever met the commander of NORAD? It's me. Right away, you know, it's kind of a goofy guy, right? You should meet with me, because if you don't, my army is going to mow everything over. We got tons of weapons right there at Fort Carson, and the nukes itching to hit those who launch codes. You should be happy they hold me back. And then he says something about justice. Next one. He didn't just stop with one. Just keep ignoring me. I like to surprise you all and say, I told you so while I handcuff you. Remember APR 1991? I told Bush Sr. to FO, I think we all know what that means, and kept thousands of Colorado soldiers from dying, had a parade downtown Denver, and we stayed to raise our families. They love me and follow my orders. Talk to me. Next one. Third tweet. Kirkmeyer. I went into the Nebraska State Capitol and choked out the governor's COO and his assistant. The State Patrol stopped me from killing them, then let me walk out of that Capitol. I've got friends. They love me too. So again, I'm getting threatening tweets, and this was just recently after the last gun debate. And I know I'm not the only elected official or the only person, individual, single mother, single parent, single woman at home that has had maybe some of these types of threats. So that's why I'm proposing L053. Again, I got this on a Saturday. Somebody wants to choke me out, handcuff me, and essentially kill me because of my comments as an elected official. A couple of years ago, we passed a bill, 21, can't remember the number on it. I think I pulled it up. 21, no, I moved it. It was John Cook's bill about retaliation, 21064, retaliation against an elected official. When I voted for that bill and made comments in support of it, I got a bunch of emails, Facebook comments, threats again, that, you know, call me all sorts of names and how I deserve to basically not be here on this earth any longer. So again, I'm asking for an amendment because if the person is like me and getting these types of threats, and they're to the threat where these threats that I've received, and they were during 2020, during the COVID year, when I was making decisions that I guess people just really hate it. I informed the sheriff so that they would be around in the area and be in my neck of the woods. I mean, I've gone so far as to remove my address, just like judges. So if you look on the voter registration, you can't find my address. I mean, you've got to really start doing some digging to figure out where I live. I don't have a listed phone number. In fact, I don't have a phone under my name any longer because they're able to get my phone and they started people would text me things. So anyways, that's why I bring this amendment forward. Because if there's an individual out there that is like me, that doesn't have a gun, but gets a threat on a Saturday morning, and it's not just one, it's like three or four tweets in a row where I'm calling the State Patrol or I have to call law enforcement, I don't believe that they should have to wait 3 days to be able to go purchase a firearm to protect themselves, to defend themselves or family members or people who live in their household. I just don't believe that they should have to wait 3 days. So again, I think and I know that I have the right to possess, I have a fundamental right to possess a firearm. I have the fundamental right to protect myself and my family, and especially in times of self-defense. So I urge an aye vote on L053. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're here talking about Amendment L053. I'm urging a no vote on this amendment. The amendment reads, the sale of a firearm to a person who has reason to fear for the person's life or the life of another person. This bill is about a waiting period to deliver a firearm. So for those people who have reason to fear for their life or the life of another person, I would suggest that you call the police. Running to get a gun is not the answer. We had students, parents, teachers. They're fearful of their life just to attend school, to be in a classroom, or to be in their neighborhood. And this amendment is saying, if you are fearful as a person for your life, don't wait. We want you to go get a gun. Members, every amendment that they have brought down here it's like playing from the same playbook. It's like playing from the same song. We're here for one reason: to determine if it's appropriate to wait 3 days to have access to a gun. Many states have done it. I say it's a good thing to do. Why I believe that we need to have a waiting period? Because I think sometimes people get emotional. The last time I talked about this, I gave specific examples. Because of anger, people rush to get a gun. We need to start messaging something different to people in reference to if you're feeling fearful. You know, it's not about going to get a gun. Get authorities involved. That's what I've been telling the young people. If you're fearful, let the adults handle the situation for you. Don't tell young people as a person who are fearful for their life, just go get a gun. I just think that's the wrong approach. I remember, you probably remember, a long time ago when it took 3 days just to get a background check to buy a firearm. That was a movement through the Brady Amendment. Way back then, the same argument, the same playbook, the same soundtrack. Here we are, 2023, running the same playbook. When we have people in our community saying, we need a cooling period. Chill. Chill from running to get a gun. We know that most people who have firearms have more than one. You might have 3, 4, 5, 6 in your home. Okay, someone just said they had about 6. But anyway, 3 days to get a background check. That was a movement then. And here we are now. Congress still hasn't passed legislation for universal background check. It is required by federal law to buy a brand new gun. You have to have a background check. And what this law will do if we pass it, you have to wait 3 days. Just like way back when you had to wait for a background check. You can wait. You can wait. The reason you can wait is because our society is demanding that we do something, that we curb the trend of gun violence. And all of these amendments about looking over here, look over there, wait, oh, this woman over here needs protection. We all need protection. And there are avenues and things that are in place right now in statute to protect people. Call the police if you're threatened, if you're harmed. Get law enforcement involved. That's what the young people are asking us to do. Help us. We're afraid. And we have an amendment here. If a person is afraid for any reason, for jeopardy of their life or another person, you get to go straight to buy a gun. Just go. Go, 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 go. Go buy a gun. That's not what we're trying to do here. That's not the message of this bill. It's to create all these exemptions. All these exemptions. This is clear. You have to wait 3 days, 72 hours. You go looking for the gun on Monday, you have to wait Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You get your gun on Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. If this bill passes, you're going to have to wait. And the people of Colorado are with us when it comes to a waiting period and all of the measures that we're putting in place. Colorado is asking for us not to just go buy more guns. If you're afraid, that's not what they're asking. So members, don't get distracted. Don't continue to listen to this soundtrack, this playbook, over and over and over again. Just that solution is to go get a gun? The reason we are proposing this 3-day period and not allowing any person to just go get a gun is because of the emotional intellect that people have when they're angry or when they're fearful. Sometimes when you're angry and you're fearful, you do dangerous things. How many times have you heard the situation about, a man comes home, whatever, and he just kills everybody because of something that happened at work, or they treated me wrong at work. And these people rush out to go get a gun, go to their workplace, go home, go to a theater, go anywhere to transform their anger and their emotions into committing homicide and suicide. We're asking for a cooling period. We're not using, this amendment says if you are fearful, you have an exception. Go get a gun. That's not what we should be teaching young people. Their social and emotional intelligence should be other options besides go get a gun. Talk it out. Identify the problem. Assess the level of threat. You want to have somebody rush to go get a gun? Do you know how many people die from guns just because they can go get access to a gun right away? The numbers are staggering. If you look at the number of people who are dying a day, somebody can look it up. The last I was told, maybe 90, 300. All I can tell you is far too many people, their lives are cut short. And this amendment is saying, if you're afraid, you go get a gun right now. And our kids are watching us because they are asking us to do something about their fear. They had signs here, I'm afraid to go to school. And we have an amendment. If you're fearful, if you are afraid, if you're a person that you're afraid for your life, and these kids are afraid, their parents are afraid to send their kids to school, they're afraid, and this amendment is saying, go get a gun. They can do that right now because this is not law. There's got to be a different tune we can play right now. There's got to be a different playbook. And the playbook that I suggest is that we can curb gun violence and we can reduce homicide and suicide by having a cooling off period and telling folks the law would require you to wait 3 days, just like we did it with the Brady Amendment. At that time, it took 3 days to get a background check. That was a movement. The movement is now. If you want to be on the right side of history on gun reform, we're saying cool down. Slow it down. Check your emotions. People get angry, they can't even remember what they're mad about the next day or what they were fearful about the next day. Sometimes it's a misinterpretation, a judgment. There's got to be a better way. Count 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 72 hours. It might be a distraction. Go to the mountains, walk around. But don't encourage people to go buy a gun. I have some statistics here. We've heard a lot of people talking about women.
Senator Fields, just really quickly, you can continue, but I just want to make sure we're staying relevant to the amendment L053.
Thank you, Mr. President. So back to the amendment. The sale of you can sell a firearm to a person who has reason to fear of the person's life or life of another person. Do you know how many people are fearful just by driving while they're black and the police may be pulling them over? You want them to go get a gun? That's how generic this bill is. A person who has reason to fear for their life. That's probably everybody in this building. Some people are saying, not me. And if it's not you, good for you. Good for you. You're not afraid. Good for you. Doesn't mean that that's appropriate for everyone that may be living in communities where they live in constant fear, or they're going to school where there's constant fear. The answer is not rush to get a gun because you have this opinion that I'm afraid for my life. That's what the bill says. If you're afraid for your life, just go buy a gun. Don't wait. Don't wait 72 hours. Members, let's get back to the merits of this bill, and let's stop what I see. They're your amendments, you can bring them, but please, we're trying to curb the trend of violence. We're trying to interrupt it. And you're trying to say all you have to do is be afraid. That's in somebody's head. There's no, yeah, I know the definition of fear, but your interpretation is fear might be different than mine. vote no on this amendment, and let's get back to the merits of this bill.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wow, it must be great to live in town. Must be wonderful to live in an area where you know you maybe have a cop on the street corner who can respond within a minute or two, or maybe even less. That must be a great feeling to have. That must just be a fantastic feeling to know that when you call the sheriff or when you call 911, that someone's going to respond in a time that might actually make a difference. God, that must be nice. And I'm not going to say I wish I lived there, but boy, that must be nice for you. Must just be wonderful for you. Members, I didn't stand up here and give hypotheticals. I stood up here and told you about things that have happened specifically to me and my family members that threatened our lives, to the point where, yes, gosh darn it, yes, we called the sheriff. When my daughter called the sheriff those 4 times, do you know how long it took for them to get there? Sometimes it only took a half hour. Other times they called and said, gosh, we're in the other end of the county. We won't be able to get there for 3 hours. 3 hours. 3 hours, I'm left with no defense. Unless, of course, I already have a gun. But if I don't have a gun, if I'm one of those people who likes to move out to the country to get away from everything in your urbanized areas, and don't think I need to have a gun until all of a sudden I'm threatened because somebody with their girlfriend decides to drive down an oil and gas road that's just pretty much out your back field, and then they decide to have a dispute, and they start pulling out guns and knives and going after each other. Gosh, and you didn't have a gun, and maybe they run to your house. Maybe they run to your house where you're home only with a 14-year-old daughter. I think I should be able to defend myself. I think when threats come against me and I've called the sheriff and I didn't take it idly and I did assess my level of threat and I did do what was practical and reasonable to begin with, electric gates. I had to go install $11,000 worth of electric gates. Wrought iron gates that people couldn't just drive through. Because you know you can drive through a barbed wire fence pretty darn easy. So I have to go put up a wrought iron gate, electronic. I had to put up cameras. So it's not like I just sat idly by and said, oh my God, I got my life threatened, I think I'll go buy a gun. That is not what I explained at all. But I have the right to defend myself. And I shouldn't have to wait 3 days to do that after I get a threat from someone who says they want to choke me out, handcuff me, and kill me. Or when I get another threat via email, dozens of them, wishing I were dead, and then I get someone showing up on my property, trespassing, and I did call 911. And then I called my son-in-law, who at the time lived about 5 miles away from me. Because I knew he'd get there quicker than law enforcement, than any law enforcement. I shouldn't have to wait to have the right to defend myself. I would think that we would tell people and encourage them they do have that right to defend themselves. They should do everything possible, but they still have the right to defend themselves, especially when they are in fear for their life. I didn't just say, oh, if you're just afraid of stuff. I said, if you're afraid for your life, and if someone is threatening your life, if a lot of someone's are threatening your life, you're darn straight. I think you should take that personally, and I think you should work on it and acknowledge it. Can you imagine my brother-in-law calling 911 to say there is an irate individual who's being aggressive and we need your help down here? And they say, oh, that's because of your sister-in-law. How do you think that makes me feel? I live alone out in the country. I don't live close to first responders. My neighbors are great, but am I supposed to depend on them to come to my assistance? While I'm waiting to go get a gun myself, to be able to defend myself? My dogs only do so much, and yes, they will bite, but it doesn't take long to take out a dog. So I got gates, I removed my address, I have my dogs, I have cameras, my daughters have the same thing. I'm pretty sure I didn't just say, oh, God, I gotta go buy a gun today. I called the sheriff. So while maybe it's not appropriate for everyone, there are people, especially those of us who live in rural Colorado, who don't live in close proximity to assistance, that need the ability to be able to defend themselves should a situation occur. And it can occur like that. Who knew, after the last debate on guns, that I would get 3 tweets in a row to the point where I sent them to my sheriff and I said, what do you think about these? And he said, send them to the district attorney, send them to the state patrol. If nothing else, you want this guy investigated, that I would consider that a threat to your life. So this amendment says that you shouldn't have to wait 3 days if you're in fear for your life or the life of another person. And in my case, the closest other person is my daughter, my son-in-law, and 3 of my grandkids, one of whom is only 3 years old. So let's all talk about the amendment. And let's all talk about what we're doing here. We're infringing on people's rights, fundamental right to protect myself and my family. And that's why I'm asking that we have this exception. It's not just for any old reason. It's not because I didn't think it through. It's because I actually have a lot of threats against my person and my family. And yes, there have been times when I've been in Greeley, worried about and fearful for my children. Greeley is an hour drive away from my home. I've had people threaten me in Greeley, and then I have to worry, and they threaten my children to the point that they knew where my kids went to school, who their teacher was, and when they got off the bus. I shouldn't have to wait 3 days to be able to defend myself and to exercise my fundamental right to protect myself and my family. That is what this amendment is about.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in support of Amendment L053 on House Bill 1219. And let me just tell you why a little bit from my perspective. I'm fortunate that I live in a residential area in Colorado Springs. I know a lot of people like to live in the country, which is great. I'm all for that too, but I've been chained to a residential area for many, many years, even though it's a nice residential area. But where I live in central Colorado Springs, because I've had to call the police before, I know the general routine, it's a minimum of 10 to 15 minutes. If you call the police, even if it's an emergency, it's 10 to 15 minutes before a police officer is going to come to my house, which is easy to get to. It's off a fairly main street. But I have elderly neighbors. I'm fortunate is that I do maybe have access to certain types of firearms, potentially, but I have elderly neighbors who live next door to me and 2 doors down that I can only imagine that if they needed a firearm to protect themselves, one of them is infirm. She really can't get out. There's no way she can get a firearm if she had to wait 3 days. She doesn't drive anymore. And they're good, well-meaning people, but if they had to wait 3 days to get a firearm to protect themselves, they wouldn't probably be on this earth. I want to give you another example of why I support this. You know, it's been talked about rural Colorado. Well, let me give you a case that I know of, is that I have occasion to be in rural Colorado down, I believe, in the good senator from Alamosa's district, down in Cuchara, which is way up in the mountains. And the nearest law enforcement officer, even if they have one, I'm not so sure, is Levita, Colorado. And I'm not even sure if they have a town marshal. That would be their only one, and I doubt that they would come up to Cuchara, which is at least 25 minutes away. The closest law enforcement official would be from Walsenburg, which is at least 45 minutes away. And that's on a good day on good roads. Heaven forbid if there's snow and a law enforcement officer, the sheriff, is trying to get up to Cuchara where there are full-time residents. The good senator from Aurora mentioned time and time again, she goes, I'm not afraid for my life. Well, people, they may not be afraid for their lives, but they want to protect their own lives. That's what they want to do. They may or may not be afraid, but they want to have the God-given right to at least protect themselves. And when that threat comes on a Friday night or a Saturday night, they don't have 72 hours to go out and go through the rigmarole and the paperwork and to drive 5 or 10 or 50 miles to get a firearm. I think that that amendment L053 is a well-reasoned amendment. It wasn't just dreamt up just for the heck of it. It was for good reason, as the good senator from Weld County has stated, not only for herself, but for hundreds, if not thousands of other people that occurred throughout Colorado time and time again. And last but not least, you know, I'll just close with this. Whether this amendment passes or not, and quite frankly, whether this, this amendment to the House bill, and this House bill, if it should pass, quite frankly, all I can say is that this House bill, as well as some of the others, are driving gun sales like crazy, like never before. Just this weekend, I had a young lady, a constituent of mine, say totally out of the blue, she goes, I'm going to a gun show tomorrow to pick up another firearm or two because of House Bill 1219 and other legislation. So if you think for a moment that you're reducing the accessibility to firearms, you're sadly mistaken. Quite frankly, these pieces of legislation and House Bill 1219 in particular are driving gun sales like crazy. With all due respect, I urge an aye vote for L053. Thank you.
Senator Will. I'm so sorry, Senator Will. In the queue, I actually had Senator Fields. I apologize.
Excuse me?
I had Senator Fields in the queue. I apologize. I forgot. Senator Fields?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I, first of all, want to go back to this amendment that we're talking about. And I'm picking up this sense of, you know, you live in town, I live in rural Colorado, whatever, but we all live in society. And it's all about the common good. I just looked up on my phone and it says that 45.5% of the people in Colorado own guns. That's a pretty high percentage. And most people that enjoy living in rural environments, as described in reference to how long it might take a sheriff to get to their property. And I represent part of rural Colorado as well. We've had conversations about gun reform. And they have guns. They have lots of guns. They have rifles. And they do that to protect their homestead, to protect their livestock, just for that whole fact that you just mentioned in reference to wanting to be secure. So I don't know, I think that the people in rural Colorado have guns already. Most of them have guns. This is for, if this bill passed, moving forward. I believe that because of that lifestyle, those people already have access to the weapons and the guns that they need to protect their home and their property. So I don't think that's going to interrupt the rural lifestyle or this kind of divide where you live in town. Yeah, I live in town. But you have to come through town to get to the capital. We share the same roads. We might share the same restaurants. We might go to the same grocery stores. But this waiting period is about reducing gun violence deaths. And there are statistics that show that the waiting period is an effective approach to curbing and interrupting gun violence. It's not going to infringe on anybody's right to have a gun. It doesn't do that. That's protected. You don't have to worry about infringing on your rights. You can still get a gun, and you can have all the guns you have in your home, on your ranch. You can still have those as well. No one's going to come and confiscate that from you. But this propaganda of promoting fear has to stop. But what if you're in this kind of relationship? What if, all these what if kind of situations. This is where you hear people trying to promote a sense of fear. And the only way you can deal with your fear is go get a gun and go get it right away. I suggest that people don't want to live that way. No one wants to live in fear. I know our students don't. You get to keep your guns. Everyone gets to keep your gun. In fact, you can go buy your gun. And if you want to buy a brand new gun, if this bill passed, you'll have to get a background check, and sometimes a background check could take 3 days. Already. I don't know what the fear factor is. Sometimes there's a glitch, and sometimes you don't get your background check in 1 day. So sometimes you can't get it right away. You might have to wait 4 days. You can't get a gun until the background check clears. This is reasonable to have a 3-day cooling period, and someone who fears for their life should call the police. And if you live on a ranch, you probably already have all kinds of weapons out there to protect yourself, because that's part of the lifestyle. So members, vote no on this amendment to say anyone who fears for their life or someone that they know, go get a gun and don't have to wait 3 days. We can do better.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support of the amendment, 053. And, I was sitting there, we're talking, and I'm thinking, remember the Boy Scout oath, about being prepared. And that's in rural Colorado, that's what we do, we're prepared. Also got to say, you know, we have a great sheriff's department over there. We have great sheriff's departments throughout the counties that I represent. But the response time, and that's not their fault, but the response times in rural Colorado is tough. It is tough to get there within an hour. And I've had the experience, you know, I had a 40-plus year law enforcement experience in my career. I can tell you there's so many times you couldn't find the address, let alone respond. Couldn't get to the address. Yeah, people are supposed to have it out in the mailbox or out by the gate, but you can't sometimes find the addresses. And, you know, I'm not encouraging anyone to, in all due respect from a good senator from Roy, but I'm not encouraging anyone or any person to buy a gun. We're talking about here giving them the choice to do that. And if they feel they need one quickly, they should have that choice. You know, I have a good senator from Colorado Springs down there was mentioned he had elderly neighbors. I have elderly neighbors. And I have, you know, when they have an issue, they don't call 911 because they know what the response time is going to be where I live. They call me. And they know I have whatever the means it takes to take care of those situations. And they call me and said, something's amiss outside, the dog's doing this, the dog's barking this way, et cetera, and I respond to my elderly neighbors. You know, I had, in my experience one time, I had a witness in a crime, and he was a great witness for what we were charging this guy for. And this guy was going to go behind the walls. He was going to the big house for the crime that he'd committed. So, yeah, there's laws on witness intimidation. The suspect got out of jail. First chance he got, he went and shotgunned the witness's house. Not one or two shots, almost leveled the house. I can tell you that guy went and bought a firearm to protect himself the same day. Because, you know, we can't just post a sheriff or a PD or someone at that home. You can't put them there 24/7. And if you live in a rural area, you definitely can't. So, you know, I support this amendment. If, you know, and you can't, if someone's threatened your life, and I was a game warden, I've had my life threatened more than once. And, you know, if someone's threatening you, you can't say, well, you know, in 3 or 4 days, I'm going to have a gun. That doesn't work. It's kind of it's almost a joke about it. I mean, 3 or 4 days, I'll be cleared and I can buy a gun. But, you know, rural areas, you know, the police just can't protect you, and the response times. And I can tell you from my experience living in rural Colorado my entire life, it goes back to being prepared. And if someone needs, because of fear, they think they need to purchase or possess a firearm for their own personal self-defense, I don't think they should have to wait 3 days in those circumstances. Thank you.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just rise in support of L053 to hear the good senator from Weld County talk about her experiences. I served with the good senator from Weld County as a county commissioner. We served together, and I actually got to see firsthand some of the threats that go against her sometimes. So somebody living by themselves should have the opportunity to protect themselves and not have to wait 3 days for a firearm. I worry about my daughters. I have 2 wonderful daughters. I've spoke about them before. And I worry about them if they're living by themselves and they get threatened and they fear for their life. I feel like they should be able to not have to wait 3 days for a firearm. So I just think that this is a good idea, this amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. We've had a great discussion about L53. I just would like to encourage a no vote on this. The way the amendment is drafted is extremely broad. Would be very difficult to enforce in either direction or implement, and I don't believe it is the right direction. Please vote no on L53.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L53. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L53 is lost. Senator Pelton, do you have an amendment?
I have an amendment.
There is. Soon to be, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment L68?
Amendment L068 by Senator Pelton B. Amend reading Gross Bill, page 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After the I move L068.
Proper motion, Senator Pelton B. To the amendment.
After the vigorous discussion that we just had over rural and urban Colorado, what this one does is that the sale of a firearm in a county having a population of fewer than 50,000 people. I think that this issue is not necessarily an entire Colorado issue. I think we have some issue. The Front Range should be treated a little bit different than rural Colorado. I don't think one size fits all, and I just want to make sure that that rural Colorado is protected, and especially with this amendment, it just does that. It just protects them from not having to wait 3 days for the firearm, and that way we have our way of life and what we do for a living protected. So I move, or I ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and again, appreciate this discussion around L68. I believe it would be a mistake to move forward with L68. This would render the overall bill, well, it would make it not a functional piece of legislation if we were to adopt L68, given the definition that's been brought forward in lines 3 and 4, and I would urge a no vote.
Motion is the adoption of L68. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. L68 is lost. Any further discussion? Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read? L63.
Amendment L063 by Senators Will and Kirkmeyer. Amend reading Gross Bill, page 4, line 14, strike or, page 4 after line 14, add.
Thank you. I move L063 to House Bill 1219.
That's a proper motion. To the amendment, Senator Will.
Yeah, what this amendment does, and I think everyone will see this as a friendly amendment to this bill. It makes a lot of sense. And what this amendment does is that the firearm transferred to a person who holds a valid hunting license issued pursuant to Section 33-4-102. So it's talking about hunting licenses, and I just want to give you a few little stories about this that makes this amendment, I think, so important. But I've told you before down here, I have 5 granddaughters, and they like to hunt, and they enjoy the shooting sports. And if a small child's out in Peltonia pheasant hunting, and this has happened, this isn't just something I'm making up, this has happened, but maybe have a little bit too big of a shotgun for these little girls. Maybe it's a 12 gauge, it's not semi-auto or something that's got quite a bit of kick, and you maybe even try to find a 20 gauge, right? And that's still too much. So then you decide, well, we're out here. We've got time and money and gas and motels expended on this to go pheasant hunting in eastern Colorado or southeastern Colorado.
maybe I need to go buy a 410 shotgun for my granddaughter. And I think that's something that, you know, you're out there, you don't have 3 days to wait if you want your granddaughter to be hunting pheasants with you. So that's what this amendment addresses. And then the other thing is, so many times people, April 4th is a deadline for big game license, for you applying for your big game licenses. So everyone, this time of year, I'm getting a lot of phone calls about it, always have, about what unit to put in for, et cetera. But some of these premium licenses take, 15 to 25 years to draw. When I drew my bighorn sheep license, I put in for 34 years before I drew that license. So a lot of these quality elk units are 20 plus years. A lot of deer licenses, bighorn sheep, moose, Rocky Mountain goat. And if I draw a sheep tag and I'm deciding that maybe it opens on Saturday, and about Wednesday I think, you know what, I need a new 6.5 Creedmoor or a new 6.5 PRC because I think I'm going to take a fairly long range shot in my bighorn sheep hunt. Well, I should be able to go down the day before and buy the rifle I want, not have to wait. Maybe it's moose. Maybe maybe I'm shooting a 6mm or 243. That's my gun I typically hunt with. But I'm going after moose. I need something bigger. I want a 300 Win Mag or whatever it might be. I ought to be able to go down and purchase that. So if you have a valid hunting license and you need to purchase, and I can tell you that these hunters and the people that are doing this, they're not the target of this bill, right? We don't have sportsmen having problems with firearms and shooting people and doing this kind of evil deeds. It just doesn't happen in the sporting community. So I think they ought to have the potential to do that. I promised some people in the back I'd tell a story about, and I don't know how many of you are big waterfowl hunters, but if you are, you know about Stutzgard, Arkansas, and you know about flooded timber hunting. Well, I hadn't been flooded timber hunting a lot. And I'm down there and hunting, and you're in knee deep or deeper water hunting ducks, and you walk out there in the dark before daylight, set your decoys and do all that. And I remember asking the owner of the place, I said, what about gators? And he said, oh, this time of year you can virtually step on them, And I said, well, how many do you think would be in this little general area that we're hunting ducks in? And he said, oh, not that many. He said, maybe 200. And I remember thinking, well, that's maybe 199 more than I was hoping for. But anyway, it gets light. We're hunting ducks. And I'm not that agile anymore. And you can't see because the water's muddy, and you can't see where you're stepping. You can trip over branches that are underneath the water. And I started to go this one way, and the guide says, don't go there. And I said, why is that? And about that time I tripped, and when you drop your gun in the water, and he says, don't go there, because the tree had blown over and the root ball had come up, and that leaves a big divot and a deep spot in that flooded timber. And he said, that's where the gators lay. So I'm like, I'm not that proud of that shotgun. My point being is, if I'm down in Stutzgard, spent thousands of dollars to go down there to hunt waterfowl, and something happens to my gun and I lose it, I should be able to run into Stutzgard to Mac Prairie Wings and buy a new shotgun, and I shouldn't have to wait 3 or 4 days to do that because of the investment I've got in that hunt already, and I'm just down there to hunt ducks. I mentioned, that the hunters and sportsmen are not the target of this bill, and I know they're responsible with their firearms, so we're not talking about that. I'll share another little story. This happened to a guy when I was a game warden. It's Middle Mam Creek. He falls off pretty much of a cliff. It's almost virtually a cliff. The estimated search and rescue
about 600 feet drop. He lost his 7mm mag rifle on the fall or the slide down, and it's still there to this day. No one's ever found it. That gun's still there in the bottom of that draw. But he, you know, he was bruised and scraped, but there's no way to retrieve his 7 mag. But he still wants to hunt elk, right? So he has to run to town and to a sporting goods store and purchase a new rifle. He's got thousands of dollars invested. In my career, I've also had horses, mules that have escaped hunters, bucked them off, bolted from some stimuli, maybe a tarp blowing, whatever. Sometimes it's happened many times, someone will pop a Pepsi can open and the horse will unload them. But many times their rifle's been in the scabbard, and these equines sometimes aren't found for 3 to 4 days. And so you're out your gun. Those guys, he's got $760 invested in his hunting license alone, plus the thousands of dollars he came out here with to hunt, especially a non-resident coming to the state of Colorado to enjoy his hunting trip or elk hunting trip or mule deer hunting trip. He's got thousands of dollars invested. He can't find his horse or his mule. Likely had rented it for about $1,500 for the week. Now he's out of a gun. He needs the ability to go to town and buy a new sporting firearm so he can continue on with his hunt. I'll have a couple more things to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of L063. And again, this is just for a person that the section does not apply to. It would be a new C, a person who has a firearm transferred to a person who holds a valid hunting license. For those of you who don't know, when you apply for a hunting license in advance, in most cases, the hunter has had to take a safety course, a hunter's safety course, and pass it in order to purchase the license. This simply just says, again, as the good senator from Montrose said, from Newcastle said, you know, when people go out to hunt, there are times where they have to wait long periods to get a license for a specific type of animal that they're hunting, for certain game. Sometimes they even have to be in a lottery. They may wait years, certainly months, to be able to get their license. They spend lots of money to go out there and do it, to be able to go out and hunt this certain animals. And they only have so many days that they can actually hunt. And not only do they only have so many days for the period that you can go out and hunt certain animals, but they're limited to the amount of free time that they have. Maybe it's to the weekends, maybe they've taken a week off from work so that they can go out and exercise their license and hunt whatever they're going after. But if they're in that situation where something happens to their gun while they're on the hunt, they should be able to replace it and continue with their hunt on the same day, or certainly within a day, so that they don't lose out on their license and their ability to go after what they were trying to hunt in the first place. So again, this is just kind of a, hopefully a friendly amendment, hopefully a common sense type of amendment. We're not talking about just any person here. We're talking about someone who actually has a hunting license, which they've had to pass a hunter's safety course in order to purchase that license. So urge an aye vote on L068.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I would ask for a no vote on L63. As we heard several times in the discussion, applying for these hunting licenses is typically done well in advance. There's a lot of advanced planning, and I don't think we're going to be impinging on anyone's ability to successfully use their license if they're planning ahead. To get the license, they certainly can plan ahead with a very minimal 3-day waiting period. So I would ask for a no vote on L63.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as you saw, Mr. Chair, I wasn't going to comment on this amendment, but the good senator from Denver indicated earlier in the day there's no place he would rather be today than listening to me speak. Maybe that wasn't exactly how he said it, but it was that we need to speak to these amendments. You know, I'm going to say this one more time. This bill is a restriction on the exercise of a fundamental right. And all of these amendments that we've run today, including this one, seek to ensure that citizens are able to acquire firearms for self-defense. Now, there's a valid hunting license. You say, well, you want to go hunting. It's not about self-defense. You want to go hunting. Well, the good former senator from Denver, who was just in our chamber, probably had a feeling that I was talking when she left, and I was talking when she came back, Mr. Chair. But but it is always great to see our former colleagues here. The fact is that someone who goes hunting also may carry another firearm for protection, not from other human beings, although that might happen, but from snakes, from predators, from all sorts of things. And because of that, they need to acquire a weapon for self-defense. I don't know if you noticed, Colorado is the only state in the country so far, I think, that's had someone attacked by a mountain lion while bathing in the hot tub. Just be careful about using the hot tub here in Colorado. Everybody chuckles, I hope, but it points out that there are other reasons besides a threat of violence from another human being that cause one to need a firearm. You may have, in places in Colorado, a mountain lion, a bear, and you don't go hunting them, but they come hunting you. Or they come into your living room, as has been known to happen. Forcing someone in those situations to wait 3 days to obtain, maybe in this case, obtain the proper firearm, to obtain a firearm that's appropriate for that protection purpose, is wrong. And if you have a valid hunting license in Colorado, then you have the skill set, you have the knowledge, you have the safety skills. This is an important and vital exception, and I urge your support for L063.
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L63. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L63 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L62?
Amendment L062 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Lundin, amend re-engross bill, page 4, line
Senator
14.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L062.
To L062, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment adds hopefully an exception, a person who does not have to wait the 3 days, and that would be a person who holds a valid, unexpired permit to carry a concealed handgun issued pursuant to Part 2 of this Article 12. So we've had a lot of discussion today with regard to waiting periods, background checks, that type of thing. People who have a CCW, a concealed carry weapons permit. These are people who have decided there is a reason they need a higher level of protection. They have gone through the legal process to buy a gun, have taken an approved handgun course, have gone through another check with their local sheriff and with the CBI. These are all actions that criminals or people who want to act in a rash manner tend to avoid. We've talked about waiting periods, and there's been research that's been presented on both sides. Just so we're clear, the waiting period does not change the background check process. So when you get a CCW, you've gone through another background check. You've already done that. There's no additional investigative measures that are taken, no matter how long the waiting period is imposed. These are people who have gone through the background check. I would urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thanks.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The bill is largely about impulsive behavior and the effort to damp down impulsive behavior that might be negative or quite frankly, life-threatening in its nature. The individuals who've gone through the process of getting a CCW, a concealed carry permit, are highly intentional. They're very intentional individuals, and they have also demonstrated an amount of skill as well as intention. From my county, El Paso County, from which my particular CCW comes, they, on their website, define the requirements that you have to attain in order to become eligible, and then you've got to go through the process and actually get qualified for the concealed carry. The idea here is this amendment would allow those individuals that are comfortable with firearms, intentional with regard to the use of firearms, and probably purposeful, they have a reason to have concealed carry, it would give them an exemption. So it's kind of outside the bubble of what this bill seeks to deal with. Again, it's another, I would argue, amendment that doesn't intrude upon the intention, the desire, the elements of the bill, and therefore would conceivably be something worthy of consideration as inclusion, something that makes the bill better, not worse. Down in El Paso County, if you want to get a concealed carry, you have to be at least 21 years of age or older at the time of the application. You have to be a resident of El Paso County or be active military is stationed in El Paso County. They would qualify. We consider the active duty military folks who live with us in El Paso County, we consider them to be our friends, neighbors, in this case, we would actually consider them to be residents of El Paso County for the purpose of getting a CCW. They have to provide, the individuals, not just military, but anyone who's seeking to get a concealed carry has to provide a valid driver's license, Colorado ID, military ID, and PCS orders. That would be the military portion again. You have to submit proof of firearms training within the last 10 years and successfully complete a Colorado Bureau of Investigation background investigation. The training requirements are meaningful, and this is where it comes into the business of, there are some people who are frightened by firearms, and there are some people who understand them to be very powerful, very important tools in need of respect and proper training. So the firearms training requirement in El Paso, and it's much like this in the counties across the state that provide the same sort of concealed carry permissions. The applicant must submit with the application the original certificate or a photocopy of the certificate with the instructor's original signature, affidavit, or other documentation from the instructor, school, club, business, organization, or group that conducted or taught the course or class, attesting to the successful completion of training. All the documentation must have been obtained within the last 10 years preceding submittal of the application. The application demonstrates competence with a handgun by submitting any of the following. That is, the applicant is required to demonstrate competence with a handgun by submitting the following: evidence of experience with a firearm through participation in organized shooting competitions or current military service. Evidence that at the time the application was submitted, the applicant is a certified instructor. You know what they say, the best way to learn is to teach, and this would be the case of an instructor. Qualification is one method of qualifying proof of competency with regard to skill. Proof of an honorable discharge from a branch of the U.S. Armed Forces within 3 years preceding submittal of the application. Proof of honorable discharge from a branch of the U.S. Armed Forces that reflects pistol qualifications obtained within the last 10 years preceding submittal of the application. A certificate showing retirement from a Colorado law enforcement agency that reflects pistol qualifications obtained within the last 10 years preceding submittal of the application, or a training certificate from a handgun training class obtained within the last 10 years or the 10 years preceding submittal of the application. The applicant shall submit the original training certificate or a photocopy thereof that includes the original signature of the class instructor. Again, documentation with authority proving the successful completion as attested to by the instructor. To the extent permitted by 1812-202 in obtaining a training certificate from a handgun training class, the applicant shall have discretion in selecting which handgun training class to complete. Online courses and hunter education certificates are not acceptable. So that last exclusion is you can't phone this one in. You've got to actually have the in-person training. Online doesn't count. And hunter education certificates, which are critically important, I would argue. I mean, it's something I did as a young boy, I guess. I was going to say a young man, but golly, I was not even a man. My voice was kind of like this at that point. When I passed my first hunter education class back in the day. Fair enough. So what's the point of all of this? The point of all of this is a meaningful, credible, well-trained, well-certified, intentional, thoughtful qualification that says, I respect, I understand, I know how to properly use, and therefore, I should have access to my Second Amendment right. And it should therefore, my argument, the argument of the amendment, it should be excluded from this 3-day exception that says you must wait. Individuals of this nature, of this class, that have done this work and have this certification should, in my opinion, and I would urge you to join me in coming to that opinion, should be adequate for exemption from this particular 3-day waiting period. Mr. Chair, I urge your support, Mr. President. I urge your support as well. If you're feeling like 2 votes up there, I'd take both of them. On behalf of the amendment, which is Amendment 062. And not to put too fine a point on it, but the amendment says that it's we've been working all day on exception C. We've run a number of exceptions, all of which, based on the drafter's effort, would have been exception C, and then of course you renumber D in the following sections. This exception C would be a firearm transfer to a person who holds a valid, unexpired permit to carry a concealed handgun issued pursuant to Part 2 of this Article 12. Mr. President, I urge your support of Amendment 062.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President, or Mr. Chair. Just wanted to bring up, I wanted to echo the sentiments from the good senator from El Paso County, Monument, actually. And I want to bring up the fact that if it wasn't for my military service and the fact that I did so well on my firearms training, that my sheriff wouldn't have got to issue this to me, which is my concealed carry permit, on every one of my my 1911s that I practiced with and that I served with, and that was my sidearm in the military. So I think that everybody that has one of these does a really good job with knowing how to use a firearm, and I don't think that this bill should be infringing on their right and wait 3 days to have to get their firearm. I mean, when you have a concealed carry permit, there's a lot of loopholes, or not loopholes, but rules and regulations that you have to follow. And I think it's a really good idea that this amendment just says that a firearm transferred to a person who holds a valid, unexpired permit to carry a concealed handgun issued pursuant to Part 2 of this article, Article 12. I think it's a great amendment. I think we should vote for this amendment, and I encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make it brief, but I come up and stand in strong support of L062. And I think anyone that holds these cards ought to be able to buy a gun. I can tell you every officer that I ever served with, all my colleagues that wore a badge for the years I do, all carry those. They all have concealed carry. They're responsible gun owners, and they ought to be able to go in and buy a firearm and not wait 3 or 4 days to do so. So I'm in strong support of this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L062. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L062 is lost. Senator Gardner.
We have any other amendments? Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. Members, I think we've spent a good deal of time talking about amendments to this bill, but we seem to, in that, as the discussion has developed, we seem to have bypassed the underlying policy issues about the bill. But having said that, I want to make sure before I begin at the beginning to recap what it is that we've considered and fully considered all of the amendments to the bill that members and colleagues have proposed. So I yield to my colleague, and look for more amendments, more.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another amendment. I move,
There is an amendment at the desk. Let's pass that packet over here.
yeah.
There we go. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L 51?
Amendment L051 by Senator Smallwood.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So,
And then please move L 51.
I move L051 to House Bill 1219.
That's a proper motion. Senator Will.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So this amendment is very similar to the one just previous to this, but what 51 does is the sale of a firearm to a person who is a peace officer is described in section 16.2.5.101 or a retired peace officer. I just spoke at the last amendment about all my colleagues and all my retired officers and peace officers in the state of Colorado carry the concealed, which was the last amendment. What this one says is if you're a peace officer currently in good standing in the state of Colorado and a retired peace officer in good standing in the state of Colorado, you should be able to buy a firearm without the waiting period. And I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. I rise in support of L051. It is a sensible amendment in the sense that we're talking about not imposing a wait period upon individuals who have a lifetime of law enforcement experience, or they're active law enforcement officers who may have access to a firearm already. And they may have need for another, for whatever reason, and should not have to have their Second Amendment right infringed by a 3-day waiting period. The policies that would militate for a 3-day waiting period are simply inapplicable to them. And, you know, if this was just any other kind of a licensing or any other kind of a matter, I wouldn't be down here in support of this. But this is about the restriction, literally the infringement, of a constitutional right, a fundamental right. And so for that reason, I ask for an aye vote on L051.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind everyone, we've been talking today, and we've been talking about police response and 911 calls and all that. This amendment addresses the very people that are coming to your rescue. These are the same people, peace officers in Colorado and retired peace officers. So they're the same people that you're calling for help in this amendment. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L051. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L051 is lost. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it is appropriate that I should come to the well at 4 p.m. with an 8-hour shift ahead of me to discuss the bill in its entirety, unamended except in the House. The bill is concerning establishing a minimum 3-day waiting period prior to the delivery of a purchased firearm. And so when I see that, particularly in the light of most recent Supreme Court decisions, I think, well, what is the policy here? What's going on? Why are we doing this? I understand intuitively when I see a bill like this that, well, we want to We want to ensure that people who might want to do harm to themselves or others and they're acting on the spur of a moment can't go and obtain a firearm just instantly. Well, they always have to have a background check, but those, in my own experience, can be done relatively expeditiously, except when there's firearms bills being proposed in the Colorado legislature, and then lots of people go to buy firearms and the wait time grows. Seems like almost like these bills can be counterproductive to what we're trying to do, or what some are trying to do. But I went looking in the legislative declaration and thought, well, you know, maybe there would be some recognition of the Second Amendment rights afforded to all of our citizens. And I found that, you know, there's a statement about the CDC and how many firearm-related injuries we have, about the number of firearm-related deaths, Colorado's number of homicides by discharge of a firearm since 2020, suicide rates, rural suicide rates, and about a study, one study estimates, but it doesn't say which study, so I couldn't really look at the study. So I don't know how valid it is. It's like, I think we could probably say, and one study said that 3-day waiting periods don't matter at all, because I think there are studies that say that. The only thing here is that the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, CBI, processes background checks in accordance with the statute. And then after all these declarations, all these recitals, actually, if you will, there are two declarations made. One is that delaying immediate access to firearms by establishing a waiting period can help prevent impulsive acts of firearm violence, including homicides and suicides. Based on some study, I mean, not several studies, not a specific study, not a tested study, but there's one study. And the establishment of a waiting period is a matter of mixed state and local concern. Well, I thought that was an interesting statement, because usually we declare something a matter of state concern, but that was kind of a flag to me of what was to come in the operative part of the bill. This legislative declaration not being one to be added into the statute. So we began, and you have waiting, it's in 1812-115, so Title 18, that's criminal law. And sure enough, it says it is unlawful for any person, and of course person is you, me, and any entity whatsoever, who sells a firearm, including a licensed gun dealer. I don't know why that, there must be some reason the drafter felt that had to be added, but a licensed gun dealer is somebody who sells a firearm, so I don't know. I guess they get excluded from time to time, so we're going to exclude them. To deliver the firearm to the purchaser until the later in time occurs. Well, this is pretty curious, the way this works. You can't deliver the firearm. In other words, you can't put it across the counter until the later of 3 days after a licensed gun dealer has initiated a background check of the purchaser that is required pursuant to state or federal law. You know, this one really only applies to licensed gun dealers. Of course, you have to probably go to a licensed gun dealer to get the background check that you need to transfer a firearm. And we need to look at that statute that was passed by the General Assembly here not too long ago. In fact, originally in 2013, I remember that year, there were some recalls that year. So, I suppose one way to get this firearm is you go to a licensed gun dealer, initiate the background check, you fill out the forms, and you have to wait 3 days. The licensed gun dealer may have, and hopefully has within a while. I mean, I've done it, and I've just been there the couple of occasions that I've had to do it myself, as opposed to a family member doing it for themselves. I've been there less than an hour. More time to fill out the paperwork than to get the background check done. And then you still have to wait 3 days. Now, that background check would say I have no criminal history, I don't have any reason why I couldn't purchase a firearm, but I have to wait for 3 days. But it's the later of a couple of things here. The other is the seller has obtained approval for the firearm transfer from the Bureau, meaning the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, after it has completed any background check required by state or federal law, which means that if your background check took longer, then you had to wait not only all of the time that it took to complete the background check, but 3 more days as well. Now that just seems wrong. I mean, if the reason is to allow for some cooling off period, the fact that my background check took several days to complete ought to be sufficient, as long as 3 days passes. But the way I read this, and I stand to be corrected, it says the seller has obtained approval for the firearm transfer from the Bureau after it has completed any background check. Well, the only reason that would become operative is that you couldn't get the approval within an hour or 2 hours. So, and that happens sometimes. A lot of things curious about this statute. The proponents have argued and asserted that it's really, really important, and this infringement upon civil rights and liberties is really important. But it says a person who violates this subsection commits a misdemeanor? No. A felony? No. A civil infraction, and upon conviction thereof shall be punished by a fine of $500, except that for a second or subsequent offense, the fine shall be not less than $500 and not more than $5,000. I'd say on your first offense, I never, by the way, I want to make it clear, you should always follow the law. You should always obey the law. That's what I tell my clients, that's what I'm telling my constituents. But if I was going to deter someone from skirting this law, at least on the first occasion, I don't think the risk of a civil infraction and $500 would quite be it. It might put your federal firearms license in danger, and that would be a bigger deal. Now, it's interesting. This section does not apply to the sale of an antique firearm. We've talked about that. The sale of a firearm, this is really interesting to me. The sale of a firearm by a person serving in the armed forces of the United States who will be deployed outside of the United States within the next 30 days to any immediate family member, which is limited to a spouse, parent, child, sibling, et cetera, niece, nephew, cousin, first cousin, aunt, or uncle of the person. uncle by marriage, I guess. I don't know. So, while I applaud the desire to accommodate our military service members, that is the weirdest exception by its language I've ever seen. They got to deploy within 30 days. Okay, that happens a lot. They need to transfer their firearm. That might happen a lot because they don't want to leave it, in a storage shed. You want your firearms kept secure, and you want them kept someplace where they'll be taken care of, cleaned regularly, kept oiled. So, why just them? And then the other here is a firearm transfer for which a background check is not required pursuant to state or federal law. That got me thinking, well, when is a background check not required in Colorado under state or federal law? And it caused me to go back to 1812-112, which got passed in 2013 and then amended in 2018 and 2021. On private firearms transfers. And this was a bill that required, if you sold a firearm to your neighbor, or even if you just gave it to your neighbor, or you gave it to the neighbor kid who'd been like a son to you, but wasn't your son, you gotta go to the federal firearms dealer and do the transfer paperwork. Says a prospective firearm transferor who is not a licensed gun dealer shall arrange for a licensed gun dealer to obtain the background check required by this section. And again, it doesn't require it for just sales. Now, the way I read this bill that before us right now, it does require it for a sale. It wouldn't require it for a transfer. So, I do have some good news for you. If you're going to loan a firearm to someone and not sell it to them, if you're just going to loan it to them, 112 says that a transfer that is temporary and occurs, now this is really good, while in the home of the unlicensed transferee, you don't have to get a. Now, it's interesting. You have to be really careful. You got to be more than just a simple country lawyer to stay out of trouble in this state, because if you loan a firearm under these circumstances, you need to be very careful that you don't have them come over to your house to pick up the firearm. You got to go to their house to pick up the firearm. And they have to be someone that's not prohibited from possessing a firearm. And you have to reasonably believe that the possession is necessary to prevent imminent death or serious bodily injury to the unlicensed transferee. That's pretty reminiscent of what we've been talking about all day today, isn't it? Think about that. Back there in 2013, when I thought that people had taken complete leave of their senses, and probably had, if election results matter, although some people owe their presence in this chamber to a chain of events that occurred in that year. one of the requirements that we set in the previous statute was if someone believed, and it wasn't like you gotta go and prove that you're a victim of a crime. It's just the unlicensed transferee reasonably believes possession of the firearm is necessary to prevent imminent death or serious bodily injury to them, to themselves. And yet, when it comes time to do this bill, that's not what we're willing to do. So, if I can get someone to loan me a firearm, I don't have to wait 3 days. Now, there are all sorts of these provisions of the other original transfer bill when you compare the two that don't apply. The prior bill on just transfers requiring background checks exempted antique firearms. It exempted bona fide gifts or loans between immediate family members. It's kind of interesting. That bill, the prior language was a transfer that is a bona fide gift or loan between immediate family members, which are limited to spouses, parents, children, siblings, grandparents, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, first cousins, aunts, or uncles. So it's the same category of folks, which tells me that the proponents were well aware of this prior statute on background checks. Well aware. Because they use the same language. Exactly. I mean, they changed the syntax, but they used the same category of folks exactly and in the exact same order. So, you can also do a temporary transfer without a background check at a shooting range, at a firearm competition, while hunting, fishing, target shooting, or trapping. If the unlicensed transferee holds any license or permit that's required for hunting, fishing, target shooting, or trapping. So, if you're engaged in any of those, and you have that license, and someone hands you a firearm, loans you one, that's okay to do without a background check. But if you were a hunter and you wanted to go buy one today, you'd have to go and get the background check and wait 3 days. I mean, you know, when you compare this bill to the prior law, it just sets up all sorts of questions that I could go on and on about 1812, 112 in comparison. I just review some of that to point out to you that there is little consistency in the exceptions between when a background check's required and when a background check is not. And the exceptions for avoiding a background check for a transfer of a firearm are just about everything that we ask you to consider today for amendment. Now, my primary concern about this bill is, and I think you've heard me speak to this throughout the amendments, is its basic constitutionality. Now, let me say one more time, I recognize that many of you firmly believe that a 3-day waiting period is going to prevent some number of deaths by firearms. I think that not observing the Fourth Amendment and allowing police and law enforcement to come into our homes and search for evidence of crimes on a kind of a random basis would probably, particularly if they went into particular neighborhoods and did that, it would prevent crime and save lives. I believe it would, at the expense of the constitutional rights of all of our citizens. So, it is not a justification to infringe on a fundamental right because it's safer, that we will avoid some harm to some set of people. It's the price we pay. That debate of safety and security versus individual rights and liberty goes on every day in this country. Probably in this building on a piece of legislation every day. Now, this issue of infringement on Second Amendment rights has been the subject of a lot of case law by the United States Supreme Court. And it's interesting. It's interesting because just last year, less than a year ago, the United States Supreme Court, on a 6-3 decision, issued a landmark decision. It's the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin, Superintendent of New York State Police. It's the Bruin case. When you hear people talk about the Bruin case, that's what they're talking about. And in the Bruin case, the United States Supreme Court said some important things about firearms legislation, things that I would hope that each and every one of you pay attention to. And let me tell you why I hope that and why I think it's necessary. We, each of us, take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the state of Colorado. Now, I'm not suggesting that you haven't followed your oath if you vote for this bill. I'm not suggesting that. Those things get suggested in my time in the General Assembly. I've heard those things. I don't think they're fair on either side. But I do think we have an obligation, and I hope we all agree, we have an obligation to only pass laws that we believe to be constitutional. And that if we believe something is unconstitutional, our oath would require us to vote no. Now, others may interpret that obligation in different ways, and I understand it's very nuanced, but at its core, when we stand up and take that oath, I think we're promising to observe the Constitution of the state of Colorado and the United States. The United States has the supreme law of the land. you know, from time to time, and I think people don't think very carefully when they say these things, and again, it's probably more when I served in the House than here. I heard people say, well, not my job as to whether it's constitutional or not, that's for the courts. No, it's our job in the first instance. I mean, we get second guessed across the street. It happens. Trial court judges get second guessed all the time as well. It really irritates them. Part of the, you know, goes with the territory, so to speak, and it goes with our territory. But we ought not do things that we know are unconstitutional. So, before voting on this bill, it would be prudent to know and understand what the current standards are for the protection of people's rights to keep and bear arms. And so, in the Bruin case, which is a controlling law today, you had a couple of people who were New York residents that applied for unrestricted licenses to carry a handgun in public based on their generalized interest in self-defense. Now, I'm referring, by the way, just to be fully attributing things, I'm referring to the syllabus of the case, the syllabus being a summary of the case that goes in front of it. It's not the case, but it is intended to be, and it is published by the court. It's prepared by the reporter of decisions for the convenience of the reader. So I just, again, want to give credit. So if someone says, oh, he was quoting from the syllabus and he didn't give credit for that, I don't want to be accused of plagiarizing from the chat bot or something. The lower courts basically upheld the New York requirement that you have to, in New York at that time, you had to demonstrate a unique need for self-defense. So it wasn't enough in New York before the Bruin case to get a license to carry a handgun. It wasn't enough to say, you know, I travel a lot and I need a handgun to defend myself. You needed to articulate a threat. By the way, all day long we have been arguing about a specific group of people, victims of crime, victims of domestic violence, people who could articulate a very specific threat. The Supreme Court in Bruin struck down even that. So, the court, in trying to decide about this case, which, while it's not the same facts, it is a restriction on someone obtaining a firearm or having a license to carry a handgun. This is a restriction on the timing of when you can get it. The court said, and they pointed back to their cases, primarily the Heller case, which was also a recent case, that there's two relevant measures of whether firearms regulation is constitutional. First is whether modern and historical regulations impose a comparable burden on the right of armed self-defense. In other words, does the modern regulation being imposed or proposed compare to anything historic with respect to the adoption of the Second Amendment. And second, whether that regulatory burden, and that's what this is a regulatory burden, is comparably justified if it was found in the historic context. So, the importance of Bruin is it changed Second Amendment jurisprudence and test radically from what the circuit courts had done for many years. The circuit courts had, even though a Second Amendment right was a fundamental right, they had applied a test that was not so-called strict scrutiny, but rather something that was intermediate scrutiny. I'll spare you all of the constitutional discussion of that. What it means in the vernacular and in layperson's thinking is that in order to be constitutional, we have to look to the history of this adoption and ratification of the Second Amendment at the time of the adoption of the Bill of Rights, as well as in the post-Civil War period when the 14th Amendment brought the Second Amendment into application to the states. So, and again, borrowing, and I want to give due credit once again to Professor David Kopel with the Independence Institute and an adjunct law professor. Many of you are familiar with Dave Kopel. He's an adjunct law professor at the University of Denver. He's published, he's cited. He gave testimony at in the House and may have in the Senate. In fact, I know he did. And I referred to the written version of his testimony, and that's what I'm referring to now. And again, I want to give him a lot of credit and thank him for the analysis. You know, in the Bruin case, which is the law, it is the constitutional law of our country. It says, when the Second Amendment's plain text covers an individual's conduct, the Constitution presumptively protects that conduct. Means you have an individual right to keep and bear arms for the primary purpose of self-defense. And if the government is going to regulate that in any way, including telling you you can't acquire a firearm for 3 days, then the state has to justify that regulation, that restriction, by demonstrating that it's consistent with our nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. Let me be clear. The right to keep and bear arms necessarily implies the right to acquire arms. After all, you can't keep them if you can't acquire them. How do you acquire them? Well, if they're not given to you, you go to this gun store and you buy one. This bill applies to firearms only. It doesn't apply to knives. It doesn't apply to nunchucks. You can get all of those things. Doesn't apply to arsenic if you're going to poison your family member. It's sort of an Agatha Christie way to do the deal. Only firearms. And it delays, with limited exceptions, it delays all of those acquisitions by 3 days. So if that's going to be constitutional, if this bill, 1219, is going to be constitutional, then what? The state, the General Assembly, the executive branch in executing it, is going to have to justify the regulation by demonstrating that it's consistent with the historical tradition of firearm regulation in this country. I've heard a lot of policy arguments down here. I don't particularly quibble with them in the sense that I may not agree with your underlying study and all of that, but I get the argument. Don't necessarily agree with it, but I get it. If you could keep the gun out of the hands of someone who wants to harm themselves or others on the spur of the moment, then that would achieve an important interest on behalf of the state of Colorado in preventing misuse of firearms. But the United States Supreme Court said in the Bruin case, that's not the question, and that doesn't matter. Now, that may bother you, that may anger you, that may insult you, that you may find that to be unacceptable. If you do, I would suggest to you to bring a resolution to this body for a constitutional amendment and hope that 3/4 of the states, if I remember correctly, will adopt it. Not likely. The other thing about this to understand constitutionally is it is not up to those of us who believe this bill to be unconstitutional to prove that it's unconstitutional. Not our burden. Whenever a fundamental right is infringed by the government, the burden is on the government to affirmatively prove that it's justified under the test. And what's the test? Let me say it one more time. That the historic tradition of firearm regulation of the United States would be comparable. In the Bruin case, the court noted that things close to the founding era, 1780s and 1790s, up to 1800, were important in the understanding of the Second Amendment. And to some extent, those that occurred at the time of the ratification of the 14th Amendment did as well, because those coincided with the amendment that incorporated these protections into our states, called the incorporation doctrine. I could probably talk about that for 5 hours. So what are the historic facts? Was there a 3-day waiting period in the 1790s? If you went to the village general store to buy a firearm, or you went to the gunsmith, more likely you went to the gunsmith, did he say, well, I've got one there on the shelf that I just finished and it's available, but there's a 3-day waiting period. There's a 3-day waiting period. I can't deliver that firearm to you for 3 days. Did that exist anywhere in the country? For that matter, in the post-Civil War era at the adoption of the 14th Amendment, when you went to the general store and the cowboy went in, had a $10 horse and a $40 saddle, and he needed a 6-shooter to go out on the trail, did they say, sorry, cowboy, a 3-day waiting period here in Manhattan, Kansas, 3-day waiting period here in Fort Worth, 3-day waiting period before you hit the old Chisholm Trail? No. People bought a rifle or a handgun and they left. So, you know, that's not true for everything. I think some of you will say, well, that's insane because there were no firearm regulations. Well, you know, it turns out that early laws prohibited shooting a gun into the sky in a crowded area because the bullet, I don't know if you've ever thought about that, but when you shoot the bullet in the air, it comes down. I've been in some countries where when they win an election, as an election observer, when they win an election, people go out on their balcony and they fire a gun in the air, and I was warned by my translator and driver that I didn't want to be outside because I might get the black bean. I might get the slug in my head. That was known to happen. Turns out that 200 years ago, there were laws against that. So that kind of restriction on firearms was very common. Well, I don't want to say very common, but was known. So there's two things to consider when you think about the historic context. When you try to look back and say, well, was there anything like the 3-day waiting period? Because that's the test. Is there anything comparable in firearms regulation at the time of the adoption of the Second or the 14th Amendment that would be there? You got to ask, why and how? How is whether modern and historical regulations impose a comparable burden on the right of armed self-defense. So we're about to impose a burden on the right of armed self-defense protected by the Second Amendment by saying there will be a waiting period before you can acquire a firearm for armed self-defense. Is there anything historically that would compare to that? And then, if there was, why? Now, as it turns out, you really don't get to the why. Because there's little evidence of the how. There were no waiting periods on firearms or any other arms anywhere in the United States before 1900. This was a burden on the right to possess firearms for self-defense that was unknown before the 20th century. And that's the test. Again, you may not like the test, you may disagree with the test, but that is the law. And as I've said, and it's apocryphal as to who originated it, it's certainly not me. You know, the United States Supreme Court is right because they're last, not last because they're right. But they're right. It's the law. Now, is there any other history about waiting periods? You know, there's not any waiting period law pre-1900. Now, there are other historical laws that might be applicable, or that might be a similar kind of restriction. Were there other laws that might have delayed an adult from being able to keep a firearm in his or her home? Well, it turns out there were, but I don't think you want to rely on that one because it's a pretty ugly thing. It turns out that there were requirements for some licensing for people to keep a gun at home. Problem with all those laws? They were systemically racist. They were laws to keep blacks and Native Americans from possessing firearms for their own self-defense. I don't think we'd want to rely on that, because the why wasn't the one that is being invoked here. The why was, we don't want a certain group of people to have firearms because they might be able to defend themselves. They might shoot back when someone comes to pull them from their home. I want to be very careful as I talk about this, but this is the historic record. The historic record is that restrictions on firearm ownership were racially based in this country in the 19th century. There were all sorts of examples in the South that required firearm licensing. Keep in mind, this is a how and a why analysis. How were firearms restricted and why were they restricted? First of all, there was no waiting period for white citizens. There was no licensing restriction. You know, in so many ways, it points out the importance of the Second Amendment, and for all Americans and Coloradans to be able to exercise their right of self-defense, to own a firearm. You know, the court in one of the cases leading up to Bruin, the McDonald versus Chicago, which is a 2010 case, it said something important. I wish more people were here in the chamber to hear. The court said, and this is 2010, this is not the 2023 court, this is the 2010 court. The constitutional right to bear arms in public for self-defense is not a second-class right. Not a second-class right, subject to an entirely different body of rules other than the Bill of Rights guarantees. We know of no other constitutional right that an individual may exercise only after demonstrating to government officers some special need. You don't need a license to run a newspaper. You don't need a license to go on the internet and dig yourself a hole about your views by tweeting away. In fact, there's a lot of debate about internet platforms and what the, what restrictions might be, and the pushback is always, you can't compel my speech and you can't restrict my speech. These are hard questions. I don't need and can't be required to have a license to be a minister of the gospel or a shaman or a you name it. Because the First Amendment protects that. From time to time, you may hear someone say, and I've heard it in my lifetime, say, well, they ought to have a license and prove they're legitimate. Guess what? It's a fundamental right. You don't license fundamental rights. Now, as to the question of the policy, the legislative declaration says, and we heard some discussion of studies, but the legislative declaration only says that there's one study. I want to read this to you. If you could justify this infringement upon the fundamental right to keep a firearm, to obtain a firearm for self-defense, you would still, even under the prior law, need to be able to demonstrate an important governmental interest in doing that. And the way to demonstrate that, it would be from data, among other things. But what we have is just a suggestion, an estimation. One study estimates that mandatory waiting periods to receive a firearm led to a 7 to 11% reduction in suicides by firearm. The study also suggests, doesn't find, doesn't prove, suggests that delaying the purchases by a few days reduces firearms homicides by 17%. We're left to guess at what study we're talking about. The study that seems closest to what these assertions are is a study done in 2017. One of the things about the study is it doesn't distinguish between homicide and defensive homicide. That is, it talks about the homicides that occur perhaps within 3 days, but it doesn't tell us whether those were homicides in defense, because they're all homicide. Justifiable homicide is not a crime. I mean, sure, one way that waiting periods can reduce homicide is by preventing criminals from shooting others, but another way is by preventing victims from defending themselves. And maybe they aren't killed, maybe they're assaulted, maybe they're injured, maybe, fortunately, the cops arrive in the nick of time. As we've discussed, waiting periods prevent stalking victims from being immediately able to defend themselves. You know, the victim's forced to wait, but the criminal isn't. A criminal can buy a gun on a black market. You know, I've always sort of regretted when we had all the cannabis bills before us and I was in the House, I was convinced you could get a medical marijuana card in an hour. And I thought one day I should leave committee while people are testifying on and go across the street and get a card and come back with a legal bag of marijuana, although the sergeants would have stopped me. But I wonder, just as a thought exercise, if I set out to buy an illegal firearm tonight, and I just kind of went down there and talked to somebody across the street and said, you know where I can get one? Got some money? I wouldn't be surprised if I could have one in a short period of time. But the victim, the law-abiding victim, she has to wait 3 days. There are a lot of things about studies, and particularly this study. You know, all social science studies start out to test a hypothesis such as whether something like a waiting period affects a particular outcome like homicides. After all, that's what people set out to do with their studies. I think very few studies are run by people who wouldn't like to reach a particular conclusion. Maybe they're intellectually honest enough not to, but they're trying to find out and hoping that it's so. So, this one major study that seems to be the one here, the authors control for alcohol consumption, poverty, income, urbanization, race, and had 7 age groups. But of course, they failed to take account of such things as changes in police resources across the population, changes in incarceration rates, crime rates in general, because we know that more police. Here's some interesting things for you to consider, by the way, if you're concerned about public safety. More police per capita tends to lead to less crime. Turns out, more police on the street means less crime. Turns out, higher incarceration rates are generally associated with reduced crime on the streets. Turns out if you put criminals in jail, there's less crime. Educational attainment. We had a bill about this not long ago, that as education improves, crime tends to fall. So we had a bill in which I voted with many of you to grant good time to those who are incarcerated that earn a degree, because we know that it makes them less likely. My only point is, the study had a lot of variables that weren't accounted for, so it's hard to know. Here's an interesting thing about the study, though. If it's valid, I don't know. I mean, the legislative declaration relies on it, so it must be valid. The study found that background checks, you know, we all want background checks, right? Yeah, we've got to have background checks, have no statistically discernible benefits in reducing homicide or suicide. None. Some of the data tended to show that background checks were associated with significant increases in non-gun homicide. Turns out if you want to kill somebody bad enough, there are other ways to do it. There's no, according to this same study, there's no statistical benefit for background checks. So, will 1219 reduce the numbers of firearm purchases? It's hard to say. The fact is that 1219 in many ways was a blatant defiance of the U.S. Constitution. And a lot of the public policy data, not based on multiple studies, but on a single study. A single study. I don't know how to drive this point home, that whatever I think about the underlying data, (1219) is, in my view, in the view of many who have studied the constitutional precedents, the current law of the land, it is unconstitutional and cannot be supported. Does that matter to you? Does it matter, Mr. Chair? I wonder if it matters. What's interesting is I've spoken about this and spoken about it and spoken about it over the course of a good 6, 7, 8 hours today. And I really haven't heard the proponents say, you know, you're wrong, Senator. Constitutional precedent supports this bill as being constitutional. That's interesting to me. It's interesting because I'm making a pretty serious charge about the bill. It is unconstitutional, and clearly so. So clearly unconstitutional that each of us ought to think long and hard about whether or not voting yes on the bill would be consistent with our obligation as elected officials in the state of Colorado. For us, there's no higher good. If you think there's a higher good than the oath we take as senators, then you need to do some soul searching. I don't know what people think about that, but I have actually thought about that from time to time myself, that what if I found my personal beliefs so at odds with my constitutional obligations, my obligation to support and defend the Constitution, that I could not do that and that I was voting separately from that. I would think that I ought to get a new job. Just my personal thought. To review, the Supreme Court held in Bruin, reheld, emphasized again, that the Second and 14th Amendments protect an individual right to keep and bear arms for self-defense. Why is that word individual so important? Well, there's this whole debate about the lead-in phrase to the Second Amendment about a well-regulated militia, but at the time the militia was every able-bodied man, sorry, that was the society. It was the citizens. In the Heller case, which preceded Bruin, the court found that when the Second Amendment's plain text covers an individual's conduct, individual conduct being acquisition of a firearm, the Constitution presumptively protects that conduct. And to justify a firearm regulation, the government has to demonstrate the regulation is consistent with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. That's the test now. You know, a lot of this argument about the policy, colleagues, that you've proposed today is about a means-end test. In other words, you've come here and argued for your bill let me be more correct, Mr. Chair. The proponents have come and argued for their bill by arguing about the means and the ends. That the ends here are that some lives will be saved. I don't make light of that. And therefore, it justifies this restriction upon the individual rights and liberties protected by the Constitution. Now, I want to talk a little bit to that. And in order to do so, I have to grab a piece of paper from my desk, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no, I'm just joking. He's still talking.
Yeah, you can go ahead. And in fact, Mr. Chair, I would yield, having only spoken for an hour and 10 minutes at this point. Lots more to say, but I don't want to squeeze out the opportunity to allow the minority leader to say a few words, which will be much more edifying than reading from the Constitution and the case law surrounding it.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President Pro Chair. I'm working on a name to get it all in there somehow. Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the aspects of this bill that has gone largely uncommented upon at this point is the subsection 3, which falls on page 4, line 17. The bill provides for, broadly, a statewide 3-day ban or delay on the ability to have access to the purchase of a firearm. It creates a new crime, which would be placed upon the seller, and the crime carries a penalty of not only having received, it's the lowest level crime, it's a civil infraction. It's certainly not an F1 felony, but it is a crime, and nobody wants to have that on their Better Business Bureau rating as, yeah, we've been convicted of this crime, this civil infraction. So it creates a new crime. But as you move further down into the bill, it does something interesting that hasn't really been talked about, and I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about this. In addition to a statewide preemption, exemption, a 3-day delay, it creates the capacity for local governments to say, you know what? We're large and in charge as well. I'm looking for a courier. There we go. I think that the President Pro Chair is being my courier. I'm so grateful when the President is intuitive, insightful, aside from being handsome and brilliant all at the same time. It provides for the ability of a local jurisdiction to say, we're important too, and we have politics and perspectives that are slightly more expansive than the state of Colorado's 3-day expansion. We think that 3 days isn't enough. In fact, we think that 33 days is not enough. We want a 3-year delay on the ability to get a firearm. Well, my golly, if you go that far, surely that has to be a violation of the Second Amendment and would clearly be deemed unconstitutional and be fought about in courts and immediately defeated because it's a 3-year delay. Well, the reality is I would say if a 3-year delay is unconstitutional, a 3-day delay is also unconstitutional. But to get at this idea of creating not only one state that's violating the Constitution, but giving 64 counties, hundreds and dozens of municipalities the capacity to pass a local ordinance and create a longer waiting period or a shorter waiting period, but they couldn't do a shorter waiting period because, you know, the floor is set by the state at this point at 3 days. This would give every municipality the ability to set their own standard and say, this is how long we think the waiting period should be.
There's a member at the desk. Will the clerk please read L69?
Amendment L069 by Senator Lundin, amend re-engrossed bill, page 4, strike lines 17 through 19.
Wait for it.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Oh, fair enough. I was going to let the reader read the amendment, but I will move it and then I will read the amendment. I move amendment L069 to House Bill 1219.
That's a proper motion, Mr. Minority Leader.
The amendment is simple. One line, amend the re-engrossed bill. That's the one I've been reading and talking to all day. It's the most recent bill in your bill packet. On page 4, strike lines 17 through 19, which says, pursuant to the authority granted in section 2911.7-103, a local government may enact an ordinance, regulation, or other law concerning a waiting period. This would strike that. This would say, not so fast, bucko. I think I'm trying to turn that into my trademark. I'm trying to work that into every debate, at least one place. Not so fast, local municipality. You can't do that. We're going to strike that language and say a 3-day waiting period is challenging enough. We certainly don't want various jurisdictions from around the state, counties, municipalities, or others saying, well, we want a 33-day wait, or we want a 365-day wait. This would strike that. I urge your support of Amendment L069.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is an important one. It is one that I considered bringing myself and understood that the minority leader would be bringing it. You know, back in the Declaration, it says the establishment of a waiting period is a matter of mixed state and local concern. Because the state has an interest in preventing suicides and homicides, and local governments are equipped to determine the length of waiting periods best suited for their jurisdictions. I'm not sure why that's so. But you get these lines on page 4, 17 through 19, that says, pursuant to the authority granted in section 2911.7-103, a local government may enact an ordinance, regulation, or other law concerning a waiting period. You know, I looked at that and I thought, I'm trying to remember 2911.7-103. Well, you know, it turns out 2911.7-103 was the provision that said a municipality, a local government, may enact firearms ordinances that are more restrictive than the state law, but they cannot pass ordinances that are less restrictive than the state law. Now, that's curious to me because the legislative declaration says local governments are equipped to determine the length of waiting periods best suited for their jurisdictions. Well, if they're best suited to determine the waiting periods best suited for their jurisdictions, I mean, we've already heard today about rural Colorado, about smaller counties. It's best suited. They have a different view that's best suited for their jurisdictions. So they might think that a one-day waiting period was best suited for their jurisdiction, but they can't do that. That's contrary to the legislative declaration, though, because the legislative declaration says local governments are equipped to determine the length of waiting periods best suited for their jurisdictions. It ought to read, local governments are equipped to determine the length of waiting periods best suited for their jurisdictions, so long as they have a longer waiting period than the state already imposes. Where's the logic in all of that? Where's the logic? Why not 1 day? Why not 2 days? Well, of course, I have an easy answer, because both of those are unconstitutional. And by the way, if I were a city attorney or a county attorney in any city or county, and my county commissioners or town council said, we'd like to make a 5 or 6 or 1 week waiting period. What do you think about that, counselor? I'd say, I think you ought to let the state fight the constitutional challenge to the 3-day waiting period and not spend our valuable resources on an unconstitutional, or at least doubtfully constitutional, waiting period. Stay away from it. So, what do you believe? Mr. Chair, I wonder what our colleagues believe. Do they believe that local governments are equipped to determine the length of waiting periods best suited for their jurisdiction? Or do they believe that really, so long as they make them longer, that'll be okay with us? Because that's what 2911.7103 says. It says you can do more restrictive, you just can't do less. I wonder about the utility of this. I wonder about the wisdom of any local government doing this, because they just will get themselves named in the lawsuit. Because whether it's 3 days or 5 days or 7 days or 1 or 2 days, it has the same constitutional infirmity. But let's at least be intellectually honest and consistent. I urge an aye vote on L
69.
069. Thank you.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Monument for bringing this amendment. I also urge an aye vote on this. Members, as we all agree, I think that we all strongly support the current background check system. Under federal law, before an FFL can transfer a firearm to an individual, the retailer must conduct a background check through the FBI's National Criminal Background Check System. Same with the Colorado law, and it not only is, as a Colorado resident, get put through the FBI NICS system, they also get put through the CBI system here in Colorado. Now, if the person has the constitutional right to obtain a firearm, and they have been checked off okay by the FBI, and they've been checked off as okay by the CBI, it makes no sense for us to arbitrarily add a 3-day waiting period, and it makes even less sense for a local government simply for one reason or another to add their own arbitrary timeline onto that. There's actually already an existing 3-day delay that happens. Sometimes, and it's in rare cases, but every once in a while when someone goes to buy a firearm, they are put through the FBI and the CBI background check, and a question comes up, and in those cases, the FBI or CBI will actually put a 3-day hold on that. I urge a yes vote on this amendment because, one, I think the 3-day is arbitrary and completely unnecessary and unconstitutional and endangers public safety, but it's even more arbitrary to allow a local government to override the Constitution of the United States, the FBI and CBI background checks. I urge a yes vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Members, I would request a no vote on L069. The current language of the bill, I think, puts us in great shape given the previous legislation, and I don't believe we need L069 to be adopted. We're in good shape to allow any flexibility for local governments if they would like to have a longer waiting period. The other thing I would say is that the Supreme Court had a case from California in front of it in 2018 that challenged the waiting periods in California. California has a 10-day waiting period in their current law. The Supreme Court declined to hear that case. So this has been in front of the Supreme Court. It's perfectly fine for folks to make that argument, but the Supreme Court has looked at this case in 2018. Obviously, the bills that we pass here are assumed constitutional, and that process will play out as it normally does, but I did want to mention the 2018 case.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in response to that, although that 2018 case is factual, and I will talk about this more later, I do believe House Bill 1219 is on very shaky ground constitutionally speaking, and I will go into many more details into that later. The 2018 rejection of the Supreme Court hearing that case is not final law.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment L069. Division is requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L069. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. Amendment L069 is lost. Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the bill. Members, I've been thinking about this while we were doing the amendment, at how wide of the mark the debate today has been. Wide of the mark in that arguing about the policy skips past the legality, the constitutionality. You know, what the Supreme Court has said on a 6-3 decision, not 5-4, 6-3, is in Bruin, they said, you know, we decided Heller and McDonald, the Heller and McDonald cases, and those were about individual rights to keep and bear arms. And they said, you know, the Court of Appeals started doing things. These are the, you know, the 10th Circuit's down at the other end of town, and the 9th Circuit is sort of notorious, and the 5th Circuit as well, and all of those intermediate appellate courts. They said, you know, the Court of Appeals, in response to Heller, they developed a two-step framework for analyzing Second Amendment challenges. And so what the court had done, the appellate court, the intermediate court had done in Bruin was apply this sort of approach. And it was step one, which was consistent with Heller, demands a test rooted in the Second Amendment's text as informed by history. That's what we've been talking about. But, you know, the United States Supreme Court says a lot of stuff, and sometimes they say so much stuff it's not altogether clear, and so they have to come back in the Bruin case and say, you know, Heller and McDonald don't support the second step that the Court of Appeals engaged in here. And that second step was to apply a means-end scrutiny in the Second Amendment context. In other words, you are not, when the Second Amendment is what is being considered and a regulation or restriction upon an individual's Second Amendment rights is in consideration, you're not to consider the means and end. I mean, we might consider it on whether or not something's a good bill, something that we want to do. But our first inquiry ought to be whether or not what we're about to do is constitutional. You know, I can think, and I alluded to this earlier, I can think of a whole bunch of things that would improve public safety a lot. You know, having people pulled over randomly, just driving down the road, and just tell law enforcement, you can just pull people over. You don't need probable cause. We authorize a law enforcement officer to just pull you over if, like a very popular one over in Kansas is to pull you over if you have Colorado plates, because after all, if you have Colorado plates and you left the state and you're traveling through Kansas, you must have marijuana in your car. That seemed to be the law over there until the Circuit Court of Appeals, the Federal Circuit Court of Appeals said, no, you have to have probable cause. But I bet they caught a fair number of people. They also harassed a bunch of other people. But they made for Kansans, and what their law was, they made it a better place by violating fundamental rights of citizens. And it took the Circuit Court of Appeals to say, no, you have to have probable cause, and having a Colorado license plate is not probable cause for a stop. I still advise you be very careful when you go through Kansas with your Colorado plates, because you might have a defective headlight or something. The fact is that the case law centered on the constitutional text and history. I think I'm the only one who's talked about that. Perhaps the senator from Douglas County spoke a little bit to it today. What the cases don't do is they don't invoke any means end test. They don't do strict scrutiny or intermediate scrutiny. What are strict scrutiny and intermediate scrutiny? Well, strict scrutiny is what the court applies to other fundamental rights. there's two questions in strict scrutiny. What's the government interest? In other words, if I'm going to infringe, but it is instructive to talk about here. If I pass a law or a regulation that restricts speech, what's the government interest at stake? And if there is one, then my regulation has to be for a compelling state interest. And compelling state interests are not, they're not easy. They're like national security. There's a lot of stuff. And even then, the regulation has to be narrowly tailored to achieve the compelling interest. What the court has said in Heller is, you don't even use that test. The only test you use is one that determines whether or not that's a permissible, historically, textually permissible restriction. Is it something that the people in 1792, 7, it's late in the day, I should know the actual ratification date for the Bill of Rights, but is it something that the people in ratifying the Second Amendment at that time would have understood, no, that's not included because we do that all the time? Because 1791. So the internet is a wonderful thing. And what did people understand historically and textually? Now, the court acknowledges, and it is something that we should have done here, and I suggest the proponents of the bill in bringing it before us could have helped a lot in making this case, if there is one to be made. When you do this historical analysis, and that's what it is, it can be difficult because relying on history, the court says reliance on history, and this is in the syllabus actually, reliance on history to inform the meaning of constitutional text is more legitimate and more administrable than asking judges to make difficult empirical judgments about the costs and benefits of firearms restrictions. Especially, now get this, the United States Supreme Court says this about judges, especially given their lack of expertise in the field. And that's what's been argued here today is an empirical judgment, a means-end scrutiny of, we ought to have a 3-day waiting period because it's going to prevent deaths. It's going to prevent homicides and suicides. It's going to do so in a way that is significant enough that we need to put this restriction on the people of Colorado. The United States Supreme Court says that not even their federal judges are very well equipped to be making that judgment. And they say when federal courts are tasked with doing that, when one uses intermediate scrutiny, which is a little lower level, they say that they defer to determinations of legislatures. And what does the court say about that? They say, well, while judicial deference to legislative interest balancing is understandable, and in other contexts appropriate, it is not deference that the Constitution demands here. The Second Amendment is the very product of an interest balancing by the people. And it surely elevates above all other interests the right of law-abiding, responsible citizens to use arms for self-defense. So what's the court required to do? And what are we required to do under our obligation to support and defend the Constitution? What are we obligated to do? We're required with the courts to assess whether modern firearms regulations like this one are consistent with the Second Amendment's text and historical understanding. Now, the syllabus for this case says, and again, not the case itself, but an official document that's done by the reporter of the decisions, kind of a synopsis, says that the regulatory challenges posed by firearms today are not always the same as those that preoccupied the founders in 1791 or the Reconstruction generation in 1868, again, referring to the incorporation of the first set of amendments into the constitutional protections that must be afforded by the states themselves. But when you do this historic thing, this historic analysis, you must apply to circumstances beyond those that the founders specifically anticipated, even though the Constitution's meaning, this is important, folks. It's important not just for this debate, but for others. The Constitution's meaning is fixed according to the understandings of those who ratified it. For those of you who subscribe to that notion that the Constitution is somehow a living, morphing document that changes with the time, 6 members of the United States Supreme Court disagree with you. It doesn't necessarily make you wrong in the higher sense, but it makes you wrong in the legal sense. It is not, if you have said to yourself today, the senator from El Paso County, the good one, not the better or the best one, but the good one, is going on and on about the history and all. You know, things have changed. Things are different now. We should be thinking of things in the 21st century. That's not what the understanding and interpretation of your constitutional rights demands. The understanding of your constitutional rights demands that the understanding of the people in 1791 about what their right to privacy was, their right to security in their person and property was, is the same as theirs. That's a hard thing. I wonder what a citizen from 1791 would think if they showed up today. I think they'd think that the Constitution was violated in all sorts of ways. And if you said to one of them, you know, you can't go buy a rifle on the spot, you got to wait 3 days, they'd look at you like you were crazy, I think. So, how do we determine whether this firearm regulation, because that's what it is a regulation of the right to keep and bear arms, to acquire a firearm. How do we determine if it's consistent with the Second Amendment? Again, two things to look at. Whether modern and historic regulations impose a comparable burden on the right of armed self-defense. We've already said, I have had no one contradict me. We've already said, prior to 1900, there were no known waiting periods. No waiting period laws in the United States at all. And then whether the regulatory burden is comparably justified. We talked about this a few minutes ago about, well, there were restrictions on ownership of firearms. If you were a propertied white male, there were no restrictions on your ability to own. And if you were an African American, a freed slave, we call that a citizen after the 14th Amendment, thank goodness. You couldn't own a firearm. Well, this is not comparably based. I mean, that is notably unconstitutional today. Thank goodness the actual understanding of the 14th Amendment at the time that it was enacted has finally become the law. So, even if modern day, the syllabus says, even if modern day regulation is not a dead ringer for historical precursors, it still may be analogous enough to do that. So, you can use analogies to longstanding laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places. So there were restrictions upon taking firearms to particular places and at particular times known in those days. So a restriction on taking firearms to a school, restriction of carrying them in a government building, probably there's a good case at least to be made that that's a constitutional restriction. But, you know, it's interesting. We've had and will have some discussion about types of weapons covered by the Second Amendment. But those aren't applicable to this bill because this bill doesn't say there's a 3-day waiting period for firearms that are rapid fire or have bump stocks, or it says all firearms. Again, if I want to go buy a single shot 22 or a 20-gauge shotgun or a 12-gauge single-shot shotgun, it's covered by this 3-day waiting period just as well as a rapid-fire weapon of some sort. You know, in the Bruin case, the restriction was about carrying a firearm without a specific threat. And the court said, there's nothing in the record about such a right to have a weapon, a handgun. You know, that owning and having a handgun in New York was, you couldn't have a license for a handgun unless you had a specific threat. And then it was up to the sheriff or chief of police, anyway, a law enforcement agency to decide whether you know, when the court looked at that, they said that there's no kind of thing in the Second Amendment history that would say, well, in order to buy a weapon, in order to have a weapon, you have to be under a threat to have it outside your home. It just wasn't there. The Second Amendment, the court said, guarantees an individual right to possess and carry weapons in case of confrontation. In that case, they said confrontation can surely take place outside the home. I want to talk a little bit more about on whom the burden lies here, because I believe that many people continue to believe that somehow the burden is on us who advocate for the Second Amendment right. The burden is upon us to prove that waiting periods are not okay. That is not the case, but that will take some time, and I believe there's probably an amendment that's going to make its way to the desk, so I would not want to impede the right of someone to bring an amendment to the desk. They're right under the Constitution of the United States and the state of Colorado.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, colleagues, interesting things happen when you are given ample time to read and reread, and in some cases reread a relatively short bill. So, one thing as my colleagues were speaking that I noticed as we're going through this is just this very unusual exceptions that have been provided in this bill. So, again, for those of you who maybe missed part of this, we're establishing a waiting period for firearm sales that says that to deliver the firearm, the purchaser needs to wait until later time. The later in time occurs, Roman numeral 1, 3 days after a licensed gun dealer has initiated a background check of the purchaser that is required pursuant to state or federal law, or Roman numeral 2, the seller has obtained approval for the firearm transfer from the Bureau after it has completed any background check required by state or federal law. And obviously, as you heard from the good senator from El Paso County, if that doesn't happen, there's, in relative terms, a minor penalty, a civil infraction, and a fine of $500 if that does happen. But then we get to the section where we say, this section does not apply to the sale of an antique firearm, which we already discussed ad nauseum, curios relics, or the sale of a firearm by any person serving in the armed forces of the United States who will be deployed outside of the United States within the next 30 days to any immediate family member, which is limited to a spouse, parent, child, sibling grandparent, grandchild, niece, nephew, first cousin, aunt, or uncle of the person. And it got me thinking, colleagues, we've had a lot of discussion in this chamber about reasons why our citizens need to leave the state and or the country. And the closest analogy that I could draw would be thinking, you know, what happens if you have a job change and you get transferred? Like, we have a lot of people, including some people in this room, who have worked overseas, who've worked abroad. But we're not providing any exceptions for those. So if the military tells you you need to move, if that employer says you're moving out of the country, then we have an exception. But for anybody who's not in the military, if their boss says you need to move out of the country, like my sister-in-law did, we're not providing any sort of exception for those people. And I was thinking about that as probably a decent amendment that the proponents would probably look to adopt. If it's not your fault and you have to move outside the United States because of your job, or maybe you get accepted into a college, maybe a prestigious college in Great Britain, for example. Maybe, just maybe, that would be a reason, since you have to move to be educated abroad, maybe that would be a reason why one would want the right to be able to transfer their firearms, since they're not even going to be in the country anymore. And I thought that would be a good amendment idea. Thinking about maybe asking the proponents what they think about that. Then I was thinking about what happens for so many residents of Colorado when their family members get sick and they have to leave. I know dozens of people who have family members in Canada, Mexico, for example. If you have to go take care of a family member who has no other means of support, that seems to me like another very logical reason why the bill sponsors might want to dig a little deeper into this bill to say, whether it's the military telling you you need to go, your non-military employer telling you need to go, a university telling you, congratulations, you get to go, or a family member who is in real need of support, should we not allow exceptions for those Colorado residents also? So my plan would be, here in a minute, that we take Senatorial 5, we can talk to the bill sponsors about that, because those all seem like, again, we're talking about people that don't even live in our country. So the risk of them transferring a weapon to somebody who's suicidal or homicidal seems to me to be quite remote. Very much like how in the existing bill language, we are under the presumption that when somebody serving in our armed forces transfers that weapon to their spouse, parent, child, sibling, grandparent, grandchild, niece, nephew, first cousin, aunt, or uncle of the person, that we are making the presumption that all of those family members are also not suicidal or homicidal. At least I think that's what the proponents would be telling you. So the analogy that I was thinking is, again, back to taking care of a family member. The citizens of Colorado recently voted in a paid family and medical leave program. Are you familiar with this? Quick show of hands, paid family leave. Most of you are familiar with it. Well, if you don't know, we have a new paid family and medical leave program. Payroll deduction started January 1 of this year. Benefits are going to be eligible. Our residents, our citizens can take advantage and become eligible for benefits January 1 of next year. So interestingly, when you look at what the citizens of Colorado wanted in a definition of family member under paid family and medical leave, again, under the premise that these are people that really need our support, so much so that a Colorado worker should be entitled to paid time off to go take care of that person. Family member, and I'm in, colleagues, for you here in the building, for the millions following online, family member, according to
8-13.3-503 under the definitions is pretty clear. A family member is a biological, adopted, or foster child, or stepchild. Our bill says child. Not real clear. So what is a child according to this bill? Is it a stepchild? Is it a foster child? Is it a biological child? Or is it all of the above? The bill is silent on that. And like so many technical flaws in this bill, again, one other thing that we're going to need to come back to the drawing board to figure out, what do they mean by child? The definition in family and medical leave, to me, is a lot more succinct. Certainly a lot more clear. A child of a domestic partner, a child to whom the covered individual stands in loco parentis, or a person whom the covered individual stood, so on and so forth, a biological or adoptive foster parent. Our bill here, House Bill 1219, says parent. That's it. Paid family and medical leave, biological, adoptive, or foster parent, step-parent, or legal guardian or of the covered individual, because we're talking paid family and medical leave, or the covered individual's spouse or domestic partner or person who stood in loco parentis when the covered individual or covered individual spouse or domestic partner was a minor child. Then we go into a grandparent, grandchild, or sibling. Also, this law is much more clear. Biological, foster, adoptive, or step relationship of the covered individual or covered individual's spouse or domestic partner. And as shown by the covered individual, you probably can recite this by memory, right? Any other individual with whom the covered individual has a significant personal bond that is or is like a family relationship regardless of biological or legal relationship. So then when I look at our bill, candidly, I wonder, are we really in 2023, first of all? Did anybody in the House actually read this definition? And when in this chamber are heteronormative terms like this A-okay? This language, to me, reads like it's out of like 1958.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L070?
Amendment L070.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, colleagues, what everyone gets to decide today is what definition of family member sounds like it was written in 2023, and what definition of family member sounds like it was written in 1958. So what I'm asking is that we look at the language that was written last year in the definition of a family member and apply the same logic. For example, our definition today doesn't include domestic partner at all. How does a bill leave the House of Representatives in the state of Colorado denying rights to domestic partners in our state? How does that happen? And why is the Republican senator from Douglas County the person bringing this to everybody's attention? How does that happen? So, I thought the easiest way to address this would be to mirror the language that the voters of Colorado put into statute last year, 8-13.3-504. And you can read it, or I can read it to you, whatever's easier. But I would certainly ask for an aye vote on Amendment 70, colleagues, the crowd pleaser.
We'll take it to Senator 05 real quick. We'll come back to order. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I withdraw Amendment 70.
Amendment L070 is withdrawn. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 74.
Amendment L74 is at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L74?
Amendment L074.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment 74.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L74?
Colleagues, Amendment 74 simply takes the language that was referenced in Title 8, spells it all out so that you know what you're voting for. I believe that the sponsors will view this as a friendly amendment, and I ask for your aye vote on Amendment 74.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and members, a big thank you for your patience as we looked at the details here on L74 and the previous version L70. We taken a close look at it and came to the conclusion that this would be a good addition to the bill, and I urge your support for L074.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment L074. All in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. Amendment L074 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 23-1219. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1219 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1025 lay over until tomorrow, Tuesday, March 28th.
The motion is before the body is House Bill 1025 being laid over until tomorrow. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment 1025 is laid over, or Bill 1025 is laid over. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before the body is to rise and report. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report. Yes, you want to do it now?
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Henriksen. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1219 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1025 laid over until March 28, 2023, and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report, and I assume there are amendments at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 1?
Cal Amendment 001, House Bill 1219. Senator Smallwood moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following...
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 1.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, there weren't that many of you in the room at the time we had this discussion, I don't believe, but this was extending. Come on. Yeah, come on. This is providing an exception to the 3-day waiting period for some firearms, but not all. Making sure that there is an exemption for a sale of a firearm to a protected person as defined in section 13-14-101 for whose benefit a protection order was issued while the protection order is in effect. And I would respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1. Are there any no votes? Senators Mullica, Exum, Coleman, Gonzalez, Majority Leader Moreno, Colker, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Rodriguez, Hanson, Fields, Marchman, Bridges, Sullivan, Cutter, Danielson, Winter, Buckner. Please add the president. With a vote of 16 ayes, 19 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 1 fails. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 2?
Cal Amendment 002, House Bill 1219, Senator Baisley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show the following basic floor amendment LO61 to House Bill 1219 did pass. Amend re-engross bill, page 4, line 14, strike or.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 2.
To the amendment.
As I recall, members, everyone was present and paying very close attention, and as opposed to. So this would allow, if you recall, an exception to the 3-day rule for when someone has reported to law enforcement that they are under attack due to sexual offense, burglary, robbery, and so on. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 2. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Mullica, Exum, Coleman, Majority Leader Moreno, Hanson, Rodriguez, Fields, Buckner, Winter, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Colker, Gonzalez, Janal, Zenzinger, Bridges, Sullivan, Danielson, Marchman. Please add the president. With a vote of 14 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 2 fails. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 3?
Cal Amendment 003, Senator Peltonar moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show the following Peltonar Floor Amendment L064 to House Bill 1219 did pass. Amend re-engross bill, page 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 3.
To the amendment.
Thank you. What this does is if you live 50 miles from a gun store that you purchase a gun in, with the passage of this bill, this makes the state pay to have it shipped to your local gun dealer.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 3. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Mullica, Exum, Coleman, Gonzalez, Majority Leader Moreno, Colker, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Rodriguez, Zenzinger, Marchman, Fields, Hanson, Bridges, Henriksen, not Priola, Buckner, Winter, Cutter, Danielson, Sullivan. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 22 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 3 fails. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 4?
Cow Amendment 004, Senator Lundin moved to.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 4.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is the exception for folks who have demonstrated the intentionality, the training, and the skill to get a concealed carry permit. It would provide an exception in the bill. I urge your yes vote on Cow 4.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 4. Are there any no votes? Senators Mullica, Exum, Coleman, Gonzalez, Colker, Majority Leader Moreno, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Rodriguez, Hanson, Fields, Marchman, Zenzinger, Bridges, Henriksen, Sullivan, Danielson, Cutter, Winter, Buckner. Please add the president. With a vote of 14 ayes, 21 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 4 is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 10?
Cow Amendment 010, Senator Will moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 10.
To the amendment.
So what this does is it shows that a firearm transfer to a person who holds a valid hunting license. We had that discussion. So if you have a valid license, you're not required to do the 3-day waiting period. Ask for a nay vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 10. Are there any no votes? Senators Exum, Coleman, Majority Leader Moreno, Hanson, Rodriguez, Colker, Jaquez Lewis, Gonzalez, Janal, Zenzinger, Marchman, Fields, Bridges, Sullivan, Henriksen, Cutter, Danielson, Winter, Buckner. Please add the president. With a vote of 15 ayes, 20 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 10 is lost. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Priola. With a vote of 22 ayes, 13 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1219 is amended, passed on second reading, in order revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1025 laid over until March 28th and retaining its place on the calendar. In response to a request from the House for a conference committee on House Bill 1030, the Senate conferees are Senators Henriksen as the chair, Rodriguez and Baisley on the first conference committee on House Bill 1030. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, March 28th.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, March 28th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Well, the noes have it. It was convincing. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 250 by Senators Mullica and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Burton Catlin concerning a 2022-2023-24 state fiscal year transfer from the severance tax operational fund to the capital construction fund for use by state-supported institutions of higher education and energy-impacted counties and making an appropriation.
Appropriations.
Senate Bill 252, Senators Van Winkle and Gonzalez, Representatives Doherty and Hartsock concerning hospital medical price transparency.
Health and Human Services.
Yep, sorry. Senate Bill 251, Senators Roberts and Rich, Representatives Doherty and Pugliese concerning a requirement that the Attorney General represent the Department of Revenue in all driver's license and state identification card appeals.
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 252, Senators Van Winkle and Gonzalez, Representatives Doherty and Hartsook concerning hospital medical price transparency.
Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 253, Senator Cutter, Representative Froelich concerning standards for products represented as compostable in the state.
Business, Labor, and Technology.
Senate Bill 254, Senator Fields and Gonzalez, Representatives Epps and Weisman concerning entry into dwelling by a peace officer.
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 255, Senators Roberts and Will, Representatives McCluskey and Catlin concerning the provision of compensation to people who suffer damages because of gray wolf depredation and in connections therewith, reducing an appropriation.
Agriculture and Natural Resources.
Senate Bill 256, Senators Will and Roberts, Representatives Lukens and Soper concerning prerequisites to the management of gray wolves prior to the wolves being reintroduced.
Agriculture and Natural Resources.
House Bill 1181, Representative Morrow, Senator Henriksen and Mullica concerning the regulation of guaranteed asset protection agreements.
Business, Labor, and Technology.
House Bill 1206, Representative Marshall, Senator Henriksen concerning individuals employed by government in the field of law enforcement and in connection therewith prohibiting certain political activities by county sheriff's office employees.
State Veterans and Military Affairs. Message from the House.
March 27, 2023, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes. House Bill 1036 amended is printed in House Journal March 23, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes. Senate Bill 83 and 146 amended is printed in House Journal March 23, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes. Senate Bill 169 amended is printed in House Journal March 26, 2023.
Message from the Revisor.
March 27, 2023, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1036 without comment as amended Senate Bills 83, 146, and 169.
Announcements. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Appropriations Committee will be meeting tomorrow morning as listed on the calendar. We'll be hearing the bills as listed on the calendar, which include the orbitals and, of course, the long bill.
Further announcements. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing no further announcements, I move that the Senate adjourn until tomorrow, Tuesday, March 28th at 9 a.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. No. The ayes have it, and the Senate will adjourn until 9 a.m. Tuesday, March 28th.